everyone. How are we doing?
Good evening and welcome along to another Saturday evening here at the MODUS Super Series, where 6 players are about to fight it out for the right to win tonight's title and qualify for Champions Week. They've been halved from the 12 over the course of this week's action, and Paul Nicholson has been alongside me describing the action throughout the week. Paul, it's been a really interesting week. We've got a really interesting field at finals night, but before we preview it, we'll just take a look at how the players got here, starting with Group A, which was played from Monday to Wednesday, and that was won by something of an unknown quantity in Daniel Klose. And as you can see, well, it wasn't that close, was it?
It wasn't close. I think when you analyse the performances of Daniel over the first 3 days of the week, you have to be really pleased for him, for starters. He came into this on Monday, and I didn't give him much of a chance because the amount of information we had about him was quite minimal. But the way he was able to have a really steady first day, he was the most consistent player. And then when he came into Tuesday, he did improve. And he started to show us what he was really capable of. But at the start of Wednesday, I really didn't expect him to put in 111 average to show us that high ceiling of performance. So now we have to look at him as a genuine threat, not only to get through tonight, but maybe for Champions Week as well, if he does.
Yeah, we'll have a closer look at the averages, pun definitely intended, in a few moments' time. But then on the Thursday and Friday mornings, we saw Group C. The players from Group A were spread out between the other groups, and Peter Jacques, he only lost 1 match, but he came up here, stood where you are, and said he's not really happy with how he's playing.
I wish I could get 18 points from a possible 20 by not playing my best starts. Well, one thing's for sure, the week before that, we talked about Josh Payne winning 18 points from 20 and said what a performance it was. But Peter was true in one respect. He didn't play his best darts, but he was really scrapping well. And to beat Martin Adams to the top spot and for them both to come through, they deserve a lot of credit because they were better than everybody else.
How significant is it that Martin Adams is here, not just for the viewers watching and for him himself, but for the crowd here tonight as well?
I think it's one of the main reasons why they are here. Let's face facts. At the start of the week, there may have been people saying, I will come along tonight if Robert Thornton's here and Martin Adams is here. Well, they are.
We'll have a look at who else is here, because Group B was played over Thursday and Friday evening. And that was a really interesting group. Remember, the top 3 from this group qualify. And it was all kind of settled halfway through last night because the top 3 were the best 3, but not by as much as the point suggests there.
Not at all. I think when you consider how good Greg Ritchie was on Thursday night, getting 8 points from 8, most of his job was already done. But it was quite sad that it was all done and dusted by the end of Game 5 on Friday night. But we did have a little bit of jostling for position at the end to see who went into which group. But the thing that makes me smile the most is that Robert Thornton won the group and was only ever top of the group after his last dart of the group. So he really did time his run to perfection.
Yeah, a couple of Scotsmen through, Thornton one of them, Greg Ritchie the other one. How impressed were you with him?
I've been impressed with Greg every time I've seen him play. He's had some poor games with us over the course of the last 18 months, but I think his consistency levels and particularly his doubling this week at times has been better than anybody. There was a time on Thursday where his doubling was almost perfect. He had 8 hits from 9 attempts, and yesterday again he had games where he just wasn't missing doubles. So if he can replicate that and find that treble 20, which yesterday he said he was having a bit of trouble with, I suppose he's got a great chance of making the final tonight.
Absolutely, those doubling stats are really important. People talk about averages a lot, but where they do come in really handy is as a guide when you've seen all of their matches combined over the course of the week. So we're going to take a quick look at the averages across every single leg all the players have played so far this week. And you can see there that Daniel Klose is top of the pile.
3 days of action for him and an overall average of 90. That is a really, really good level of performance. He's just had so much consistency in there, but when you look at the likes of Jacques, Ritchie and Collins, they've played in a couple of groups. They've obviously played more legs, and you have to take notice of Rob Collins now, because in some times when he's been with us, he has been a bit of a bit part player, but I don't think we can look at him like that tonight. He's actually my pick to win, because I just get the feeling that he's ready to win this.
When you look at those averages, you look at the level of performance over a week, who do you see challenging Rob Collins the most?
Definitely Daniel Klose. I think there's going to be a lot of attention on Martin Adams and Robert Thornton tonight, rightly so. But I just get the feeling, something in my water is telling me that Rob Collins is going to have his night. But if he's going to get to the final and ultimately get the £5,000 prize, I just get the feeling he might have to go through Daniel.
Yeah, it's been our first glimpse at Daniel Klose, and we're going to take a quick glimpse at him in action earlier on in the week. Klose produced some big finishes, that one of them, a 106 checkout against Rob Collins, so it's almost like you knew that was coming, Paul. But the two big names, of course, are Martin Adams and Robert Thornton. We can't shy away from that fact. Do you not expect one of those to maybe go and reach the final?
I just don't think it's going to happen. The thing about the group stages tonight, they're incredibly cutthroat, and we've seen so many people who have won Group A falter on a Saturday night. I just get the feeling that we are due someone from Group A to have a better run tonight. Lucas Veinig couldn't do it last week. In fact, only one person from the first 11 weeks of qualifying for Champions Week has gone on from winning Group A to win the whole week, and that was Graham Hall in week 3. But Robert Thornton has played some good stuff this week. Is it apt that they're playing their 3rd consecutive day and Daniel has had a couple of days off? It is something that me and Mace are going to talk about, and we will know a lot more about Daniel at the end of round 1.
Well, a few words on the first match. The players should be ready very shortly to get on the stage to play that first match. Daniel Klose against Martin Adams. Now, this is interesting because I had a chat with Daniel Klose. The video will be on social media at MSS Darts on Twitter. And he said that he didn't even really know who Martin Adams was because he doesn't watch darts. Can you believe that?
Daniel, hang your head in shame. You don't know who Martin Adams is? Come on. They say that ignorance is bliss, but this is ridiculous, right? Everybody knows who Wolfie is.
Yeah, you'll find out tonight. What are you expecting from this opening match of the evening?
Well, Martin is probably going to be in the same position as Daniel. I don't think he's going to know a great deal about his opponent, but I think the crowd will get involved. I think Daniel's going to have to be really good from the off. I think if he doesn't average 90 plus like he has done all week, I think he'll be defeated.
Prediction for the first match and the night overall?
I think it's going to be a tight loss for Daniel, but I think he'll come through his group and ultimately make the final, and I'm still going to go for Collins to win the whole thing.
Well, we've got 9 matches tonight, starting with that Klose Adams clash. It'll go down to the semi-finals and final. The winner of it taking £5,000 and going through to Champions Week as well, where the winner will take £20,000. We're also going to reveal later on who's going to be playing in next week's tournament. But it's time to get the darts underway. Martin Adams against Daniel Klose is the first match of the evening. Paul Nicholson is going to go down and join Chris Mason in commentary. And our MC, Owen Binks, is going to get the players on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the players. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage? It's Dan, the man Klose, and Wolfie, Martin Adams.
Thank you very much, Owen. Here's our opening 2 players for tonight's action, and they, of course, come from Group 1. The player involved in Group 1 is Greg Ritchie. Group 2, Robert Thornton, Peter Jacques, Rob Collins, all play each other once. The top 2 from each group make up our semi-finals. And this, Paul Nicholson, is a fascinating tie. We've been... well, I've been like Miss Marple trying to find out something on Klose, and we're none the closer to finding anything about him. We know he's played in a Euro tour here and there, and he's been playing on the Challenge Tour, but before 2019, not a whisper, no WDF stuff, nothing.
Can we just almost dispense with what he's done this week and harp on about the fact that he doesn't know who Martin Adams is? I mean, come on. Where's he been living? The moon?
Well, some players, believe it or not, I find it hard to believe, but he actually does not watch darts. He just plays. And but listen, you're an avid golfer. You love it. And you watch golf, and you're just looking for tips. And you know, when you play a sport, you appreciate seeing it played at the highest level. But this man doesn't watch any. And I have to say, I have been impressed with him this week. I knew a little bit about him, obviously, from seeing him in a Euro tour here and there.
96.
his numbers this week have to be appreciated, Paul.
They do. Averaging over 90 for 15 matches can't be ignored. There are people in this group who have played more legs this week than Daniel, but he's definitely going to come in fresh this evening. I know we say that every week for the winner of Group A, but there is that little curse over the last 8 or so weeks. Nobody has won Group A and won the week since Graham Hall in week 3. So, taking it one step further, nobody's won Group A and won the week in this building. So
Correct.
maybe it's just a Portsmouth curse.
Well, no, the curse was there at Southampton. Well, if he didn't know who Martin Adams is, he might know a little bit more about him in 10 minutes or so. As Martin finds the first max of the match. We just know Martin's going to find another gear on finals night.
That was the 166th maximum of the week, when we've had around 1,000 points scored in this match. We will have 500,000 points scored this week for all of you budding statos. We've had 8 11 darters this week. That is the best that we've had. We haven't had a 10 or a 9. And we've had 3 winning ton plus averages. There was another one, but a losing average. It was in fact a 104 losing average against Daniel Klose when he got that 111.48, which is the best of the week.
Yeah, I was having a run through his stats, and he's consistently up in the high 90s, the occasional ton plus. So he's playing well within himself.
99. Daniel, you require 147.
He's a funny guy as well. He's enjoyed the last couple of days with the trip to London, seeing all the famous sights.
95. Martin, you require 58.
58 for Martin for a very early break of throw. The bookies had it a bit of a coin flip, Paul. 4 to 5, Daniel. 10 to 11, Martin.
Game show on the
couldn't split
leg.
them. That certainly split them. A 14-dart break of throw in leg 1.
You just knew that Martin was going to get out of the blocks. He's played over the course of the last 2 mornings. In fact, yesterday afternoon session went to around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the longest afternoon session we've ever had. It was a really patient, workman-like group. And with Peter Jacques, Wolfie made his way through it. He's got his second 180 already, and he has definitely got out of the traps, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was more steady away, wasn't he, in Group C.
96.
Yeah, Adams for the week averaging 86.47, which is not that bad at all.
Well, interestingly, Klose's running average for the week is just a smidge higher than Martin's all-time stats, which are vast, as you can imagine. He's been pretty much an ever-present in what was the Live League and now the Super Series.
One thing we always do at this stage of the week is look at the standard overall for every player through the week.
99.
And at 84.53, I compared that with the overall average since we started in February last year. In fact, it is down by about 2 points, which I thought was quite curious, considering some of the matches we have had this week. But overall, not the best standard group, but one of the most intriguing.
Well, as is tonight's final, I'm sort of looking down the list, and you can honestly make a fair shake for every one of the players.
Martin, you require 161.
With Robert Thornton, he can blow a little hot and cold, and he hasn't had much to sing about, has he, on finals nights?
Yeah, that's something that we don't have with this group of players. Not a massive amount of winners on Saturday nights in Super Series history. In fact, because it's Klose's debut this week, obviously he hasn't won. Greg Ritchie has only been to 1 Saturday night previously. Adams has actually won, but it has been a long time since he won.
100. Martin, you require
Thornton
60.
has won about a year ago. Jacques and Collins have never won on a Saturday night, so someone's going to write themselves a story this evening, and it could well be Martin. Because if he hits double 10, he's 2-0 up.
50. Daniel, you require
A
108.
solid start where you start to think that Klose has to take these shots out. You lose the opening match in these, you're in big trouble, especially if you lose big because of the
40.
The leg difference.
Martin, you
leave
require
yourself
10.
too much to do. How many good players have you seen turn up who've played brilliant all week, lose their opening game 4-0, 4-1,
second leg.
and it's all over. And that's
Martin
just
Adams.
30 darts to win the opening 2 legs. Martin making a very bright start, averaging 100.2.
Phil, it's Daniel to throw first.
I know that you haven't been with us all
Game
week,
on.
Chris, but I'm sure you already know this, but there was one thing that was making myself and Chris Murphy earlier in the week feel a little bit dizzy. It's all of the brilliant aspects of what Daniel was doing. And in 15 games, he had
95.
one ton plus checkout. Just one. 106. It came on Wednesday, and that's the lowest, highest checkout of all the players. I mean, the next one is 107 for Robert Thornton, but
Well, when you
81.
consider the legs played and the legs won, to only have the one that's incredible.
he's in a bit of bother here. And he's doing the same kind of thing that he did on Monday, averaging mid to high 80s.
95.
And this was my major concern with Daniel not playing Thursday, Friday. I thought, if he reverts to his Monday form, he is susceptible to defeat.
Yeah, well, he's starting from scratch. I think we see that so often now, with
140.
especially players on debut. You know, if they hit the ground running or the stage running on the Monday, they'll tend to sort of carry that through. But if they progressively get better, by the time sort of mid-session Wednesday comes around, they're almost peaking
96.
and more often not have done enough. Then they come back on the Saturday and it's back to that type on the Monday morning.
Are we almost saying at this point that winning Group A is not an advantage?
I don't think so. I think finishing in second or third and then playing in that
78.
evening session, which isn't too long. We're more accustomed to playing in the evening, of course, and it just keeps you sharp. And the fact that the top 3 come through on the group of 5, I think it takes a little bit of the pressure off, and we do tend to see
99.
the best starts on a Thursday and Friday night. Certainly in terms of 180s and averages.
Well, Daniel did an interview with our host Abigail Davis from this week, and she asked him about how hard it was to play 15 games over 3 days. And his answer was
55.
intriguing because he said,
160.
this is easy. He's played in the German Super League more than once, and that's 7 games per day, best of 11 legs.
Yeah, you're off to cover that soon, aren't you?
I'm going to write a piece about it. That's my motivation.
76.
And Daniel's motivation was to
Martin,
get his biggest finish of the week, but
147.
he doesn't quite get there.
We've seen an incredible 147 from Selby last week. Did you see that in the...
Yeah. You see
What?
Marco Foos yesterday?
Yeah. Wasn't that in front of the biggest crowd in snooker history or something?
87.
Yeah, spine
Daniel,
tingling
you
for
require
Marco Fu.
40.
Well, it's
There's
a very
pressure.
library-style atmosphere here. There's a bit of tension in this room, and Daniel's still looking for his first double of the night.
Game
And
show
that
the
is
third leg.
his third shot at a
Daniel
double for the night,
Klose.
and he finally gets his first leg win. He's now 1-2 down.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to
with
throw
that
first.
break of throw in leg
Game
1.
on.
You often wonder how a player will, how he responds, especially although it's not a big crowd, of course, but there's still people there and there's still eyes on you.
And this is something that Daniel won't be that accustomed to, considering he's only played
97.
one European Tour event. That was in Sindelfingen, which will have had a bit of a crowd on a Friday, but he didn't have the rapturous Saturday night German crowd that we've seen in years gone by. But this will be an atmosphere that only one player tonight
180.
will have seen, and that's Martin Adams, because he was here on launch night.
He sure was. Unable to
40.
make the required adjustment, and only 40, so the break back is on. A close-up. Just steadily improved. You picked up on the averages, early doors, mid-80s. They started to move towards the late 80s.
100.
now into the mid-90s. Good call, Paul.
Do you know how I categorized Daniel earlier in the week? And you know what I'm like? I'm a bit of a philosophy nut. I called him a blunt axe.
95.
Now, originally you'll probably think, well, that's a bit of an insult. It's not. If you try and chop a tree down with a blunt axe, it's not going to fall immediately, but if you keep going, it will. This guy is going to chip away at you until you fall. He's a blunt axe.
Like it. German darts right now as well in a fairly good spot. The game so popular over there. Of course, a third of all the ticket sales for the Worlds go
99
to the German fans, don't they?
I wonder if they're going to come back this year after a couple of years where they weren't allowed to come.
Oh, yeah. I hope so.
They might have a bit to shout about because Gabe Clemens, Martin Schindler are both going to be there. And the winner of the German Super League will be there as well. That could be someone like Flo Hempel.
Martin, you require 170.
What great preparation for Daniel this is for that.
You're not kidding. Well, Adams is not going to take the biggest finish of the week. In fact, the biggest finish of the week came from Ryan Palmer, the Lion, on Thursday night with a 167, which is arguably more difficult than a 170.
Daniel, you require 108.
I thought it was a bit unfortunate in the end, was Ryan. I watched his opening session, and what did he lose the opening 3 matches? 4-3, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3 4-3s in 4 matches on Thursday. This could be Daniel's biggest finish of the week.
92.
Not quite.
Martin,
Ryan has left himself
146.
plenty to do from 170. Disappointed to be still on 146, and that can't go now. So Daniel will be back for that all-important break back.
60. Daniel, you require 16.
That might be a really good guide for him. Not sure about that one. Let's find out.
8.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Martin, you require 86.
This could be punished, and heavily. Martin to go with him. What a terrible dart that is. Going to go ball. Should have gone 42 for tops, the bigger target.
46.
2 mistakes
Daniel, you require
at the start of that
8.
visit. One execution-wise, the other one execution and tactical. When are people going to start listening to us, Chris? Honestly.
Don't think we can teach an old dog like Martin new tricks.
He
plays a real Route 1 style of darts, doesn't he? He's old school.
Yeah, you could write a card of finishing, and this is the way I go. You don't have to turn the page. Double 10 for 3-1.
30.
And he makes the errors that Daniel also made.
Daniel,
how is he getting
8.
this? Visit here for a break of throw. Visit 8. It's vital he gets the full stop in leg 4.
Well, Martin, so experienced over this format, will be well aware how important this opening match is.
Game shown the 4 flag. Daniel
couldn't
Klose.
have left it any later.
I think when you see someone as poker-faced as Daniel Klose
5th leg, it's Daniel
showing
to throw
that
first.
amount of relief at hitting that double
Game
1
on.
tells you the story of that 4th leg. There are 2 matches per player in each group. And we've already seen a 9-dart shootout here a couple of weeks ago with Andy Hamilton, Ryan Finesse and Lee Shewan. Don't be surprised if you have another 9-dart shootout tonight.
Andy Hamilton had a good run today in one of the World Seniors Tour events. Made the semi-final with Andy Jenkins. Darren Johnson picking up the title today, defeating another old friend of the Super Series, Alan Tabron.
180.
Indeedio. And congratulations go to Nathan Rafferty in winning the Development Tour Order of Merit, becoming one of 2 players in the top of that Order of Merit from Northern Ireland. What a time to be a young player from Northern Ireland. Tomorrow is the World Youth Championship event, where they will establish the finalists, and then...
Don't get me started on that.
That's going to be something else.
38.
I mean, I'm just not a big fan of people with tour card holders playing in youth events. I think you either should. I think you should just make a choice. If you're developed enough to have a tour card, and if you win one, you should have the opportunity to say, "Well, I'll decline it for a year and develop."
Well, how many players at the top of that order of merit have got cards?
Well, I think Nathan Gervin finished in 7th, and he's the only one that's not got a tour card, I think.
There you go. That proves your point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
45.
Well, Martin is starting to lose his technique a little bit, which is worrying here.
Especially with the max at the start of the leg, you thought, right, here we go. He's going to put on a little bit of a spurt.
If you did have more than 2.5 180s in total for this match, you've already cashed because you've got 4. But please remember, if you are having a gamble tonight, over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly.
Yeah, and only gamble what you can afford to lose, because that's what's going to happen.
55. Daniel, you require 132.
A little pear-shaped for Wolfie, and 6 starts at the 132, so won't be going for the ball. You'll be thinking a ton or 92.
What's the root of that saying? It's all gone pear-shaped. Because I'm sure the pears of the world that are falling out of the trees saying, that's a bit unfair on us pears, isn't it? Well, lovely looking things. It's a little insight into how my mind works.
It's not as nice as looking as a peach, though, are they?
100.
I'd rather look like a peach than a pear.
89.
Although many people have called me a plum. But there we go.
Yeah, it would be a little bit different if it's all gone fig-shaped. Something like that. Well, it's a mistake from Klose. He should have been getting a shot at double from 89. Adams
83.
could strangely break back again.
He's just got to make sure. He's going to get 2 darts at 32. I was just about to say, make sure he gets a dart at the ball. But his doubling has gone all right.
67.
This is turning into a bit of a weird game.
32.
The averages were mid to low 90s a couple of legs ago. They've plummeted by about 12 points. Is Klose getting double 8? He is.
Daniel
in what is a bit of a slow starting game tonight here in Group 1 of 2 at the Week 11 finals.
How many times did you say Klose is getting closer to the winning line?
Martin to throw first. Game on.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
So a maximum of 2 legs remain. Martin has to win them all. Just 2 from 9 on the doubles for Martin.
140.
3 from 15 for Daniel.
At worst, Martin must get another leg in this contest, you feel, because he's got game number 3 against Greg Ritchie. And if he can, let's say hypothetically, he only does get one more leg and loses 4-3. If he gets a big win against Greg, then he would be in a pretty good position. But then it would depend on what happens with Klose and Greg Ritchie in game 5. This is the complexity of Saturday night here in Portsmouth.
One thing for sure, there's nothing Greg would have seen here watching this on the big screen in the practice room that will, well, give him any kind of fears.
Especially the doubling stats. If you check those out right here, Greg Ritchie will have those for breakfast, considering what he's done this week.
136.
Yeah, he's at 40%. And that was over...
Yeah, 41.32% for the week, Greg Ritchie.
Yeah,
he's had 9 ton plus outs, a high out of 160, and he's played the most games alongside Rob Collins. So more games and a better percentage than anybody else. So watch out for his finishing tonight.
And he improved because over the opening 3 days of Group A, he was exactly bang on 40%, and he's, well, he's kept those stats running and some. That's incredible over that amount of legs.
7-7 for Wolfie to stay in the match.
79.
That might be the last dart he throws, but based on the information that we've communicated to you all tonight, the odds say this doesn't go. Come on, Daniel, in my face. Go on. I dare you.
Not sure about that shot. It's one of those, that 128. If you hit the treble, you got to hit another one, haven't you?
One of these days, I'm just going to go for double 18.
70.
First start.
Martin, you
Lose
require
92, isn't
7.
it? Awkward.
No score.
Very awkward. And that could be the end of this.
Daniel, you require
Is
58.
Martin Adams walking away from this stage with another defeat? He thinks so. He mimics putting the darts in the pocket. Double top for a 4-2 win.
Martin will be devastated with this performance, and that's a great guide.
Game
Good
shot
enough.
on the match.
And by hook or by crook,
Daniel
and whether
Klose.
Daniel knows something about Martin or not, he's just defeated the 3-time world champion, and he's put himself in the box seat to win group number 1, because if he beats Greg Ritchie in game number 5 later on tonight, he will win the group and make his way to the semi-finals on debut. Adams has got work to do, but we will see him in match 3 against Greg Ritchie. But before then, we will have another group starting themselves off. It will be Rob Collins against Robert Thornton after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Daniel Klose continue his impressive debut week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A victory over a legend in Martin Adams. Not that Klose knows that Martin is a legend, didn't know anything about him, apparently. But Martin knows a thing or two about the German now. Let's have a quick look at how that match panned out. Klose taking it by 4 legs to 2. Chris Mason said in commentary that Martin Adams will be devastated with that start. Missed 8 darts at double in it. Klose himself missed 13, but managed to get over the line. Martin Adams hitting 3 180s in the game, but it all turned out to be in vain in the end for Wolfie. Klose making a winning start, then 2 points on the board for him. So that means that Martin Adams has it all to do this evening. And remember, it's his second chance. He played here on the launch night as well. So one legend loses in the opening match. We've got another legend coming up as Robert Thornton is about to take to the stage. And Robert finished top of Group B this week. Thornton, as we can see in action here against Stephen Burton, showing his clinical finishing. When he gets that double top going, there aren't many better in the world than him, are there? And if Thornton can do that tonight, then I'm sure that he can be a big danger in terms of trying to get through to the semi-finals and beyond. He takes on Rob Collins in the opening match of Group 2. Thornton topped Group B, as I said, by beating Rob Collins in the very last match of that group. If Collins would have won the game, he would have finished top. Instead, he ended up third, but he did hit the most 180s in that group, and I'm expecting a really entertaining and expressive game of darts, because the two of these players really do wear their feelings on their face. Can't wait for this one. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson will talk you through it, and our resident referee and MC, Owen Binks, will get the players on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the players. Firstly, would you please welcome to the stage the Thorn, Robert Thornton, and his opponent, the Man of Steel, Rob Collins.
Very warm welcome back to Portsmouth, and the first game of group number 2 will start now. And some breaking news from Leicester from the World Grand Prix, that Nathan Aspinall will take on Michael van Gerwen in the final. Michael van Gerwen's 7th World Grand Prix final, and the only person ever to beat him in a World Grand Prix final is playing in this match. It's this guy, the Scottish legend that is the 55-year-old Robert Thornton. There you see, 2015 Grand Prix winner. 7 years removed from that, he's still looking for titles, but he has Rob Collins, the 43-year-old from West Sussex, in his way, who has been playing some very good stuff over the last 5 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, it's Robert Thornton to throw first.
Thornton
Game
still
on.
picking up trophies, of course. Winner of the World Seniors and the World Match Play this year. In fact,
96.
defeated Martin in one final and in the semi-final en route to the other.
He doesn't beat bad people in finals. Do you think about the big trophies he's won and who he's beaten in those
60.
finals? Do you know how there's been some people win titles over the years and they think, oh, you only beat such and such in the final? Remember when, I think it was Wim van Barneveld beat Gary Mawson in the UK Open final? And they said, it was only Gary Mawson. But look at Robert's career. MVG in a Grand Prix final.
Taylor in the UK Open.
Taylor in the UK Open.
What a final that was as well.
Indeed. He's beat Taylor in the Seniors World Match Play final and Adams in the World Seniors
45.
Championship. And you think, he only beats legends in finals. Wasn't it Darryl Fitton in the World Masters final as well?
I think it was. He has had some career.
123.
Still, with plenty of ambition. I'll tell you one thing, Murph was right about
100.
how expressive these two are. I'd like to play them at poker.
Rob Collins has been a one-man highlight reel this week. He does have some great gesticulations and
92.
face pulling going on. But he's got fans with him tonight.
Yep.
Might be the home favourite.
Comes with its own pressure, though, of course. It's just nice to see
29.
Robbie. Normally,
Robbie
you don't
require
know, Rob works in the
170.
Man of Steel, works in the steel business and does a lot of stuff on the highways and some real big plant stuff. And he normally drives and
58.
works all day, drives to
require
the
106.
venue on the night, plays, and then goes back to work afterwards. So it's great to see him get a week off work and an opportunity to really
66.
give it his all.
Robbie
And he's
require
doing just that.
112.
And this is for a breaker throw and a 1-0 lead. And that's a good guide for him. You could hear the response.
60.
He knows
Robbie
that was a missed
require
opportunity.
40.
Yeah, you can't leave Robert Thornton on tops.
Game
That's
shot
why.
the first
He loves
leg.
it. Absolutely
Robert Thornton.
loves it.
Plan A every time is tops.
Second leg, it's Rob Collins.
Take
to throw
tops, move on.
first.
He started on it and finished on it when he won the World Grand Prix. It was the bullseye that he was masterful on when he won the UK Open 10 years ago. But just done a bit of digging about his World Masters win. Believe it or not, it was 15 years ago. 15 years.
My goodness.
He beat Daniel Larsson in his first game 3-0. His next game after that, I didn't know this. He beat Dave Chisnell in the last 64 by 3-1. Then Jacques Langston of Norway 3-0. Then Robert Wagner of Norway 3-0. You're starting to see a pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
Then he beat Ko Stompy, great Dutch player, 3-1. Then he beat Martin Adams en route through the quarters. So there's that legend ticked. Martin Atkins in the semis. Then he beat Daryl Fitton in the final by 7-5 in what was an incredible final.
58.
But I've got to ask you a question, Mace, about tonight, because I did tip Rob Collins to get the title. I just had a feeling in my water about it. You've just got to get out the group and then have enough staying power to get through to that final, and anything's possible there. But based on what Rob has done in his career, he's won a Challenge Tour event, but would winning tonight trump that a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. With the, well, it'd be certainly it'd be certainly his highest payday, wouldn't it? That's for sure. £5,000 the winner takes away, and of course a place in week 13, which is Champion of Champions, where the winner takes away 20 grand. Don't know, it'd be right up there, wouldn't it? Especially when you look at the lineup tonight with Thornton and Adams in the mix, alongside Greg Ritchie and Klose.
At the start of the next leg, we will let you know, if you don't know already, who will be back in week 13 for Champions Week. We've had 10 weeks of qualifying. We've also got one more after this. Now, tops doesn't work for Collins, but tens does, and there's the first Man of Steel mini gurn, and you saw the up and away celebration.
So like it's Robert Thornton to throw
the lineup is well, it's going to be our best champions of champions we've ever had, in my opinion.
Yeah, pick your winner out of this one. You've got Robert Owen, who won in week 1, which seems like it was an eternity ago.
And picked up a Challenge Tour recently, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been having good runs everywhere he goes. So Robert Owen won week 1, Chaz Barstow after that, Graham Hall, still the only person to have won Group A, and then gone on to win the Saturday night. Daryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans, and then we made the very wise decision to come here. And since then, Kieran Tian of Ireland, who recently went to the Europe Cup with Team Ireland, Graham Usher, Conan Whitehead, Scott Williams, and Gavin Carlin have made their way to Champions Week. And I suppose at this stage, Scott Williams will probably be the favourite with the bookies.
Well, he's got a bit of a decision to make, hasn't he? But yeah, I would have him down as favourite at the moment. Without, we all know every one of them, and we've seen them do it, have incredible high ceilings. You look at our averages. We've had so many over 100. We have to go from 105 upwards.
60.
A lot of them feature multiple times.
There's a lot of people thinking that Graham Usher is a good call.
He had that incredible 9, didn't he? And he was another one that had that fantastic average.
I'm going to go so far as to say that nobody will ever play as well as Graham Usher did that time when he got that 9. Because when do you ever get a 167 checkout, a 9 darter, 4 legs win on the spin with 111 average, and every leg was with a ton plus checkout? I've never seen that before.
No. The only one thing I can immediately think of was that incredible performance from MVG against Rob Cross, UK Open, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that Bob Anderson blitz when he got those 5 ton plus finishes.
95.
Well,
when we talk about being in the zone, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind living in that bubble for about 10 minutes. Thornton's in a bit of bother here. Collins has got himself in position, but if you look at the amount of darts used in this leg, it's not a massively brilliant leg. It just has to be good enough. Don't give him a shot at tops, Mr. Collins.
40.
That's what these opening games are all about. We see it week in, week out on the Saturday. It's just about getting that first win, takes a bit of pressure off, back in the practice room, right the wrongs, and then get stuck in.
74.
Well, Robert is not pleased with the first start because Treble 1 can't give you an out with 111 left and 2 darts. Double two. Things are going wrong.
No score.
Uh-oh.
Tops.
Robert, you require 40.
Commence leg 4.
This is a real steal.
Game show on the third leg.
I was going to say, put
Robert
that one
Thornton.
in the notepad, Paul. Is he going to miss a dart at tops?
He just hasn't looked likely to miss it much
Well,
this
Rob
week.
Collins to throw
What's your
first.
feeling on tomorrow night's final in the Grand Prix? Nathan Aspinall against MVG.
I think Michael looks ominous, doesn't he?
125.
I think it could well be a 6th World Grand Prix title. Aspinall's done brilliant to get to the final, going through Gerwin Price tonight. Big thing for Nathan, getting
46.
himself back up to, I think it's 11th in the world minimum, but I think he might fall short tomorrow. But if he does win the title and does what Thornton did 7 years ago by beating MVG in the final,
41.
he will get to 7th in the world. He'll be guaranteed to be in the Premier League. And it will be a return to the elite that Nathan will
21.
thoroughly deserve.
Well, we were all a little bit concerned that the career was over, weren't we? That injury. Great to see him back. He's great for the game, is Nathan. Brilliant backstory.
Well, just over 10 years ago, if you're not aware, Robert Thornton almost died of pneumonia in the early part of, well, the late part of 2011, in fact. I was talking with his wife, Christine,
57.
and he was not in a good way.
Robbie Rock 155.
I was just ready to get in the car and see if he needed anybody by his side. 6 months later, he won the UK Open against Phil Taylor in the final. Really? Did he just do that, miss? Ooh, that was a bit different. 45 bull on a 155. Are you all for that, considering Robert's on 377?
Robbie Rock
Well, I think he's
147.
maybe just trying to create a little bit of a highlight reel. Is he going to hit tops? Come on, Thornton, showing you where it is twice.
27.
One hit from 11 so far in this match. He's at 9%. Well, look, he's not as bad as Peter Wright was in his semi-final tonight.
No, 5%, 1 from 20.
Robbie Rock
I've never
120.
seen stats like that since I played in the Grand Prix. He's had an absolute shocker.
And that was just the finishing. He was all right on the starting aspect.
10.
But Collins has got real issues on the outer ring finishing tonight.
1 from 13. He's getting close to that 5%.
58.
Maybe you heard
Robbie
that I
Rock
tipped him.
10.
It's the old commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah.
1 left with Thornton on a finish.
No score.
That's now 1 from 17, and he's hit the magical 5% mark. This would be grand larceny.
I actually like the. I went a
83.
little bit left field tonight, and I
Robbie
went for
required 10.
Peter Jacques. I think he was going under the radar, and he's just steady away, isn't he?
Fourth flag. Rob Collins.
That's the biggest celebration I've ever seen for a 23-dart leg.
And I think if someone who's solid early
Fifth leg, it's Robert
doesn't
Thornton
seem
to
to get rattled by much,
Game on.
and if there's a bit of an upset early on, he might be there just to pick up the bits.
How weird that Jacques won 18 points from Group C
180.
and said he didn't even play that well. Thornton has just thrown whatever happened earlier in the match into the wind.
81.
He's not averaging well. In fact, they're both not averaging well so far. Feel almost cruel putting those up.
100.
Yeah, that is wicked.
How would you say it down your neck of the woods? Gert Weckhead.
Gert wicked. And that's Gert Smelly.
140.
It's a better turn.
Still got 3 180s. And it just goes to show the in-between scores have been, well, very
45.
resembling the trouser department.
We've only had 140 in the whole match, and that's from Rob Collins.
We had a debutant this week by the name of Yanis Mustafayevs, who didn't win a match, unfortunately,
85.
but he did something in a match. And I don't want to over-embellish his disappointment about not winning a match in 10 games, because he gave his heart and soul, he did his best. But he did
40.
something that I've never seen in any match I've ever covered. And I've been commentating for over 10 years. He had 1 dart at a double in the whole match, lost it, and the darted double was a double one. How do you do that? He left double one from 182, and it was the only dart he had.
Yeah, but you ask him how much he enjoyed the experience. That's what it's all about.
96. Robbie Rook 195.
What is he doing?
Tops.
Unconventional, Mr. Collins.
Game shot.
But unconventional sometimes can be genius.
Well, I suppose the thinking behind it is the single 15 tops. That's the highest out of the match.
That's courage of your conviction.
And it's the best leg of the match. That was a 15-dart breaker throw. And if there is a perfect time to get the break in a best of 7, it's at 2-2.
What does it say about Collins' miss, where he's been somewhat atrocious on the doubles in this match, and yet he still goes for a shot where he needs 2 of them?
135.
Yeah, I think that's why we don't look too deep in the mind of a dart player.
Yeah, I don't think... If there was gold in the mind of a dart player...
58.
Good luck finding it.
Yeah, you'd need a magnifying glass, of which that's never been invented. It's a very dark and mysterious place, the mind of a dart player.
We are all a little bit different. I think you've got to be to play this sport.
You've got to be a little bit stubborn. You've got to
60.
have a level of self-confidence, because let's face it, nobody else is going to give you any.
Well, it's a sport where you're up there on your own.
Is it the loneliest sport in the world?
Yeah,
because you don't have a corner man in boxing, you don't have a caddy like they do in golf.
And even at the pro level, when you come off stage in between breaks, no one is allowed to be there. You know, it's the tournament director possibly, or you know, someone who escorts you off the stage. That's it. You can't get any. You know, you can't have a talk with your
58.
Manager or a sports psychologist. You're just up there on your jacks.
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people might not understand. When they see the players disappear, they always ask, what do they do?
81.
They just need a break from the lights. They go down there and just regather themselves, but there's nobody there to help them. 42 for 32. And a 128 check out for another 15-darter. It's as if somebody's walking these guys up. We've now got a one-leg shootout to see who gets the first 2 points here in Group 2.
7 from final against Robert Thornton to throw first.
When we've reached the real pressure cooker moment of the match, they've both produced their best starts. Go figure.
100.
Talking to Murph yesterday, we said we do a lot of matches here at the Super Series every week. In fact, 104 matches in total. And every single match that you do in your career is different in its own little way. Because there are so many different ways to win a leg. But everything's got a slightly different feel. Thornton has found his second maximum at almost the perfect time. I always say the perfect time is the last chance you could get one, but he could get another.
96.
He'd love to get another and leave 41. Although he'd be more than happy being 124 in front plus these. Oh.
180.
That's the perfect time to get a maximum. It's the perfect time to equalise the best leg of the week, which does stand at 11. And Collins was thinking he was going to win this match at 3-2. Well, he's on the cusp of losing it.
Yeah, he's missed 17 darts in the match, and some of those legs he's lost earlier, they will begin to smart.
31.
Because there was plenty of legs he lost that he had a poke in.
Yeah, weirdly, Thornton on the doubles has not been that bad.
95.
He's missed 5 darts at double only. Well,
6.
Just makes the next visit a bit more nerve-wracking, you could say, because Collins is now on his shoulder.
100. Robert, you require
that was a hit and
4.
hope. All Robert wants is a hit. And a hit he gets. And ultimately, he has 4 hits out of 11 attempts. A bit of a smelly match, as you can see from the expressions of those two players. This week, they've had 3 matches. And Robert Thornton's won 2 of them. That was the most important one of the lot. And in fact, from a standard perspective, it was the worst of the lot. Does Robert care? No, he doesn't, because he takes the first 2 points in Group 2. When we come back after the break, we will go back to Group 1 and we will say hello to Greg Ritchie for the first time tonight from Scotland. And he's going to be up against Martin Adams, who has to win that match. Otherwise, he will leave us very, very early. We'll see you very soon after this short one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've had 2 legends of the gameplay, different fortunes for the pair of them. A loss for Martin Adams and a win for Robert Thornton. A hard-fought one as well for the Thorn. That victory against Rob Collins really caught light towards the end of the match. We'll take a look at the tail of the tape as Thornton got over the line 4-3 in that one. As you can see, the average is not much to write home about, but towards the end of that game, Rob Collins with the unorthodox 95 checkout to break. Thornton hit back with his highest checkout of 128, and then the Scot hit back-to-back 180s in the last leg decider to leave Rob Collins with way too much to do in it and pick up the first couple of points in Group 2. So a flying start for the Scotsman, although we know that he can perform much, much better. The same could be said in terms of standard for Martin Adams. In fact, we've seen Martin Adams produce much better stuff this week. For example, this 140 checkout that he produced against Peter Jacques earlier in the week, finished on that double 10 there. Adams finished second in Group C behind Peter Jacques, but losing 4-2 to Daniel Klose has put the Wolf in peril. If he loses again in this next match against Greg Ritchie, then he's out and will not be at Champions Week in a fortnight. And Greg Ritchie has produced some excellent stuff this week. He won all of his matches on Thursday evening. He was 10 out of 14 on double top. Particularly good on that target that night, and then ended up finishing second in Group B. So will be a big threat to Martin Adams. This is the first game of the night where one of the players could fall flat. We could be losing Wolfie very, very early. I'm sure a few in the crowd and a few watching at home won't want that to happen, but Ritchie is a more than capable player. So let's get the pair of them on the stage. Our MC, Owen Binks, is the man to do that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the players. Firstly, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Wolfie, Martin Adams, and Greg Ritchie.
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and it is time for the second match in group number 1. Myself, the asset Paul Nicholson, and Chris Mason will walk you through this second match of the group. And it is the first time we're seeing Greg Ritchie. So far this evening, he's got a match against Daniel Klose to come, but if he can beat Wolfie, he will send him out and make sure that Martin does not return to Champions Week in a fortnight. But the 66-year-old, 3-time world champion and multiple world master as well, is on the cusp of the guillotine being lowered. But this man, yesterday was called the clinical cabbage. Genuinely,
Thank you,
that
ladies
happened.
and gentlemen. First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Poor Owen thought he was
Game
being
on.
smart, didn't he? Because doesn't the cabbages refer to the football team?
Hibs, I believe.
Hibs, right.
He's not the tallest of people. He's a bit of a wee
60.
man. I suppose you call him a Brussels sprout, really, but he has been brilliant this week. The thing about Greg is that we haven't seen him with us for a while. He's been plodding around the WDF
58.
circuit, getting some decent results, and just trying to find his game again. And this week, he has really impressed us. He stuck to his task. He's got a great work ethic. But the one thing that has shone more than anything else is his doubling.
45.
41.32%, leading the checkout percentage charts. He also has a 160 checkout as well. But going up against Wolfie, it is
60.
a big test most of the time. But when Adams is on the cusp of elimination, you sense that it's a bigger test again.
Yeah, well, we first got a look at Greg when he came down with the other group, didn't he, with Sean McDonald and
140.
probably one of the nicest throws I've ever seen in Darren Beveridge.
Yeah, I've been talking to Darren this week, and I know that Mr. Beveridge, Ice Cold, as he's called, brilliant nickname. He'll be watching.
83.
He's been taking a bit of a break from the sport this year, as
Yeah.
Darren, but he's on his way back. And if you're watching tonight, Darren, all the very best to your mate Greg, who's had a great week so far.
Yeah, Greg currently sitting in
180.
62nd position in the WDF rankings. Another player we've seen plenty of, Sean McDonald, currently sat 26th. Jim McEwen, another Scotsman we know very well.
Scotland's in a pretty good place with their next generation of players behind the likes of Hendo and Anderson and Wright and Thornton.
Game
But
shot.
look
the
at this for a
first leg.
start from Wolfie.
Martin Adams.
Beautifully done. This is exactly what needs to happen. He needs to make it
Second,
work
it's Greg to throw
right now. But
first.
there is a scenario, Mace, that, well, we love the game of darts and we like drama. We're allowed to ask for it. Whether we get it or not is a totally different
140.
matter. But if Adams wins by 4 legs to 2 and then Ritchie beats Klose 4 legs to 2, it will be another 3-way 9-dart shootout.
Yes, please.
Martin
really is going through the gears. A max in leg 1, another one in leg 2. And of course, it's a big advantage having played 1 game up there already this evening. Greg will be coming in a little cold. Not that he's playing like that with back-to-back 140s.
See, this is a complexity with finals night that doesn't happen during the week because we see players
100.
playing concurrently. So these guys haven't been involved in a group together, however. But Greg would play someone who's playing their first match as well. He's playing someone who might be playing their second match. It's a bit fairer, but on finals night, if you're drawn to play second and third, you are going up against someone who's got a bit of stage experience already. But the way that Greg has responded to these big scores from Wolfie, what a leg this has been.
180.
Second
Greg, you
max
require
of the leg.
81.
It may not be enough. If Greg can pop the 81, there's the 57. Ooh, double six for a 12-dart hold.
69. Martin, you require
That could be
41.
a really costly miss. Double 16 to double his lead. Thought it was in. He's had some trouble in this corner of the board over the last couple of days.
9.
And it's happening again.
Greg,
It's
you
gone the other
require
side,
12.
hasn't it? Oh, a reprieve for Ritchie.
Game
Not the
shot,
tallest of
second
fellas.
leg.
Double
Greg
three.
Ritchie.
Holds no fear, and it was a 14-dart hold in leg one. The response identical. A 14-dart hold.
I feel like it's
Greg
Martin
Ritchie.
to throw
Do you think
first.
there's an advantage
Game on.
for shorter players on double three?
Yeah, got to be on there. I think it's Martin's got to be. Well, Martin's well over 6 foot, isn't it?
He is.
You think it's a long way down.
I always was very curious,
60.
thinking about really tall players like Vincent Kamphuis of the Netherlands or Vincent van der Voort, or even some of the Dutch lads who've come here, like Danny van Tripe and Jan van Veen.
57.
What does double three look like from their eye line? Because I'm only 5'9". Double three doesn't look that bad to me, but
Well, I always had this thing. I wonder what the ideal height would be, and I sort of thought, if you think where the hand is in relation to the eye
140.
and the height of the treble 20, whether they're all in sync, and whether that would be the perfect height. You think back of Eric, but then look at Phil. Phil wasn't very. What was Phil about your height-ish?
57.
Phil was about 5'5", wasn't he?
All right. And Jacques was tiny. Alan Evans was small.
Richie Davies was
Yeah.
a heck of a player from Wales, and he was called Lamb Chop. One of the greatest nicknames that is not in the mainstream, but there's
He could hit 180.
a lot of the shorter stature guys were very, very good, and all loved tops, ironically.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I think the ideal height for a dart player is probably about 5'10", 5'11".
96.
Yeah.
The bullseye's at 5'8" from the floor. It's not actually 5'8" from the top of the oche here. It's from the floor on which they stand. So let's see. I'm 5'9", so I'm an inch above the bull. I'd want to be just a little taller.
41.
I'll have to get some platform shoes from the 70s. Make myself a bit taller.
Some of them Italian jobs.
Yeah.
The big heels.
96.
Cuban heels.
That's the one.
There's an idea.
160.
Sounds like a dare, doesn't it? I can't imagine Martin in anything but his usual regalia. Tonight he's got the England colours on. Throughout the week he's been sporting the prostate cancer charity shirt, which
60.
he is a fabulous ambassador for, and he's got lots of the pin badges on. If you want to get one of those pin badges, please just look online and donate to that charity. Fabulous, fabulous work they do.
95. Martin, you
most
require
darts
100.
events. So a ton. Well, parity. Both on a ton. One apiece. Both thrown 15 darts. That leaves 85. Leaves 70.
84.
Opportunity.
Greg, you require 100.
The Scotsman to take the lead for the first time.
He's been tremendous on tops this week, but he's not going to get a shot at tops. Well, if Rob Collins was hitting this dart, he'd probably go 45 bull. But you sense that Greg is going to go for the 19s here. Great adjustment.
62.
Almost nicks the leg.
Martin, you require
On the
60.
bottom of the board again.
Game shot.
By
the
my
third
reckoning, we've
leg.
only seen one double 17
Martin
hit this week on a 154 checkout. The loneliest double on the board. I wonder if it's going to get any attention on Saturday night or Sunday morning, but double 8, the nemesis
Greg
this week
to
of
throw first.
Adams, has been found early in this match for a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, it's the least most hit double on the board, isn't it? The double 17.
Yep. I believe it's only been hit 30 times
100.
in all the time that we've been going, which, when you think about it, is completely
Yes, we
ridiculous.
dug into that stat, didn't we? It was insane.
Double 13 is the next loneliest double. And then I
But that
believe-
was it nearly twice as many times, wasn't it?
Correct. Now, Chris Murphy, I always do that during the week. Chris Murphy and I were chatting about something earlier in the week, and I'd love to get your take on this.
140.
When you've got double 13 or double 7 or double 3, for instance, there's a lot of players out there who would split those doubles. But why does nobody ever split double 11?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
100.
Is it because it's a vertical double and it's visually appealing? I just stumbled upon this earlier in the week and I was desperate to get your insight.
Yeah, I don't know. As a player, it's just something you never really think about. Trying to come up with some kind of logic. Is it the split distance, 6 to the double 8, or is it, like you say, is its location what makes it appealing?
140.
I used to split double 15, I'd go 14 double 8. But yeah, it's a curious one about double 11, in fact. But this game is curious too. Adams is averaging north of 100.
91.
Richie is averaging north of 90. This is a good game.
61.
I was never a fan of splitting unless I was a long, long way in front. But I would always attack. Oh, he wants the ball for a 161.
128.
Yeah, I would always make sure that
Greg,
I didn't waste the dart by sort of putting one out there. I would always sort of be aggressive on those doubles.
This is a big shot for Greg.
30.
Now, where does Martin go? He's got so many options. Probably a 1 double 16 here. That's what it is. For 3-1.
Wow.
Well, it's not in the way.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fourth
great
leg.
guide, Martin. Great guide.
Martin Adams.
That's exactly what we'll be saying down the local.
Yeah.
If one of your local pals had just missed it by about 2 inches here. Oh, good guide.
Mine would be,
Fifth leg, it's Martin
are you
to
seriously
throw
going to take that?
first.
Merv would just go,
Game on.
really?
Earlier in the weeks, I forget who it was, somebody hit the metallic 20 and then hit the tops the next dart. We said exactly the same.
Sick-inducing. This is exactly
92.
what Martin needed after losing 4-2 in his opener. He will be, if he can get over the line here with the darts and win it 4-1, he still has to rely,
98.
of course, on Klose doing a bit of a job on Ritchie.
When Greg has made a Saturday night before, it was a long time ago.
140.
He was 4th in week 3 of phase 2 in 2021. It's been an awfully long time between drinks.
That, that was when they last met, of course.
34.
That was back, well, their first meeting, phase 1, week 4, final of the group. And it was Adams winning 4-1 with a 97. And then they played in phase 2, Champions Week, Group C. Again, 2021.
140.
And Martin handed out a 4-0 win. And then on the Friday, Ritchie won 4-2.
You sense that maybe Martin is on the cusp of
59.
the most important
Martin,
victory
you've got
against Greg.
129.
He's doing it in some style. If he could have replicated anywhere like these kind of numbers in terms of scoring and finishing.
104.
Doesn't do approach play. He
No.
takes the big 5 wood out and gives it a rasp.
Yeah, it gives it the old tin cup. Pass me the 3 wood. I'm not laying up.
58. Martin, you
Just
require
doesn't have it in the
25.
locker.
4-1 could be the scoreline. Hit this, then wait.
Nine.
There's that double
You
A
require
again, denying him.
152.
Gives it an old-fashioned look as well. That has caused him trouble all week. I want to have a look at those stats on that double 8.
72.
Midweek, they well,
Martin, you
obviously
require
didn't play midweek,
16.
but so on day 2 of the Friday, he was having all sorts of trouble down there. No such trouble for Ritchie. He Won't want to be giving Greg a go at 80.
12.
No, he doesn't.
You require 80.
And I'll tell you for why. Not that I'm trying to be Bryn from Gavin and Stacey. Because the 9-dart shootout's alive if he gets this.
We just want to see another, don't we?
60.
Oh, but if he has had a
Martin,
miss
you
this
require
week,
4.
it's been slightly low. And slightly low is what Martin needs to be right here on double 2. He has the guide.
2.
I've lost count of how many darts he's had for the match now. It's been that many.
20.
It was 1 at ball, then 2 off the split, so 6. Oh, yes. Yeah, 6.
No score.
Well, that was an awful dart for Greg
Martin,
Ritchie
you
to try and
require
get
2.
past. And he couldn't get past it. Madhouse. But Martin will be anything
Game
but mad
shot on the
now that he's won the match by 4 legs to 1.
Adams.
He goes to the top of the table in Group 1 on leg difference. Well, actually he doesn't. I was telling lies there. 90.48. I forgot about the fact that he lost by 4 legs to 2 in the first game. Don't listen to me. But when we come back, you will see more action from Group 2 with Jacques taking on Collins. But in this game, Adams won with 3 180s. 4 out of 17 on the checkouts. Another game where lots were missed on the outer ring. Maybe a sign that the nerves are getting to the players. We will be back very soon with Collins and Jacques after this.
Welcome back. Well, Martin Adams was in peril of going out of Group 1, and now, suddenly, he's through. A 4-1 win means whatever the result in the last match, he will be going through to the semi-finals. So Wolfie's still in with a chance of playing at Champions Week in a fortnight's time. Let's have a quick look at how he did it. An average much improved, as Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson said it needed to be. 90.48, the best performance statistically of the night so far. Both players having double trouble again. It is catching in front of the intimate crowd here at the Live Lounge this evening. But Martin Adams once again hitting 3 maximums, getting an emphatic win that sees him qualify for the semi-finals. It'll be an important match between Ritchie and Klose to see who joins him. But coming up next, we move back into Group 2, and we're going to have the first sighting of Peter Jacques this evening. He comes in a very strong run of form, but Rob Collins has been producing some excellent stuff this week as well. Unfortunate perhaps to lose his first match to Robert Thornton 4-3, but we did see him hit some big finishers and plenty of 180s as well earlier this week. There, a sweet 160 checkout using a couple of treble 20s, the biggest 180 hitter in Group B earlier in the week, Rob Collins, and could have topped it as well. He takes on Peter Jacques, who won all of his matches yesterday. In fact, won 9 out of 10 in Group B, despite missing 76 darts at double across those 10 games. If he can sharpen that up, then he should dominate tonight, really, shouldn't he? I know that Mace has selected him, so we'll see if he does manage to get the finishing right. Nobody else really has so far tonight. Owen Binks is ready to get the pair on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the players for the fourth match. Would you please welcome to the stage the man of steel, Rob Collins, and Peter the Terrier Jacques.
It's the point of no return for Rob Collins. If he doesn't win this match, he will be the first person eliminated. But we do have some news in crunching the numbers with the Saturday night MODUS Super Series abacus. We know that Adams is through to the semis. So I'm sure that is great news for all of darts fans tuning in live on YouTube late on a Saturday night. But the 43-year-old from Bognor Regis knows what he's got to do now. The man who has been to one final on a Saturday night in his Super Series career, trying to go one better, but has to go through this guy from Denby Dale in Yorkshire, the 49-year-old, two-time Challenge Tour winner.
Game on.
He starts his campaign late on Saturday. Will he be here until Chris Murphy takes the stage to interview the winner? Over to you, Rob Collins. You're on the chopping block.
You just know Denby Dale's just going to be a beautiful little Emmerdale-style village, isn't it?
Yep. He's not the only darts person that lives there as well. That is the hometown of Rod Studd.
Wow.
Somewhere between Huddersfield and Barnsley, I'm reliably told by our host, who was from the White Rose County.
Well, it sounds pretty. Unlike the record for Peter Jacques against Rob Collins this week. Rob's won all their meetings by the same scoreline, 4-2.
Indeed. But maybe Jacques is thankful for the fact that he's had a couple of days off from Rob Collins.
Yeah. Yeah, he avoided him, of course, on Thursday and Friday.
43.
But he must be buoyed by his performance in the back end of the week. Like Murph was just telling us, 9 out of 10. That will give you genuine confidence.
60.
Something that will give you a lot of confidence is the fact that Peter Jacques has not lost a match since match 14 on Thursday.
Yep.
The last person to beat him was Martin Adams, and he put in the biggest average of Group C, 101.23. So that's what it takes to beat Peter in the last few days. He's on a nice little win streak here. But getting 18 points from a possible 20 in Group C cannot be ignored.
88. Robbie Rock 115.
This is just a hold. Well, it can still do it. Trouble 20 and ball. Onto the button.
77.
Just doesn't seem to be finding
Peter
his
requires
finishing tonight.
76.
And this is a finish that Adams took out in 2 in the last match. Jacques almost replicates it.
68.
He's had a very up and
Robbie
down week on the
required
finishing. In
38.
fact, on Thursday, he was 51% on his doubles.
Wow.
Game shot on the first leg. Rob Collins.
Rob winning. We're seeing that double 19 go in for a 19-dart hold.
I'm going to take you
Seems
to
like it's Peter to throw
nerd school,
first.
Mace. You can see that Rob Collins is known as Man of Steel. And I asked this question of Chris Murphy earlier in the week, and he didn't know the answer. I'll be really curious to see if you know it.
100.
You see the R on that shirt of Collins? It's almost mimicking the whole Superman logo.
Yep.
You know that the Superman logo has an S in it.
100.
What does the S stand for?
Is it a trick question? Well, I want to say Superman.
It's not an S.
60.
The S on Krypton is the sign of hope. So it's not an S. So it is a trick question. That is a real nerdy question.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Oh, well, Man of Steel, the movie, is actually one of my favourite movies.
All right.
Starring Henry Cavill and Kevin Costner. And Amy Adams. Just one of those things that I
40.
know, and I was basically flexing my nerdy muscle right there. But you know for a fact that Rob Collins is going to need a bit of hope.
Well, I went all nerdy on you about Geordies this afternoon, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
60.
You taught me more about my culture than I actually knew myself.
Those of you up there that had, there's probably some people up in Newcastle that still have one of the pit lamps, which was
140.
well, it's believed. That's one theory in it, and it's one that makes the most sense.
There's a lot of people up in the northeast, Yorkshire, parts of Scotland and Wales that
Peter
collect those pit lamps,
161.
especially in pewter and copper. You want to be the shining light tonight, though, don't you? You want to be the man
125.
holding the microphone at the end saying, yes, that's my £5,000, thank you very much.
Well, a couple of nice antique pit lamps with 5 bags, couldn't you?
I'll have to get in touch with Terry Jenkins to see if he can find some for us. He
41.
can find
But
anything, that
you
guy.
want
Peter
the Geordie
required
pit lamp. That's what
36.
you need.
Tell you what Jacques is looking for.
Right on the wire. And again,
18.
double trouble.
He does like to
returns.
mutter to himself, doesn't he? He doesn't make
142.
any noise, but his lips tend to move when he's on those shots, just saying, come on, get it hit. Collins is not in position this time, and Jacques has got an opportunity
59.
now to
Peter
split
require 18.
or go for it. And we chatted about double 11 being a split option a little bit earlier on, but he's going straight for the double 9.
No score. Robbie require 83.
Well, he had his pocket picked in leg 1. Is Collins going to pick Peter's pocket in leg 2?
You've got to pick a pocket or two.
58. Peter require 18.
What was that from Oliver Twist? I'm glad I got that right.
Game shot on the
I'm
second
glad
leg.
for Peter that he
Peter
got that right as
Jacques.
well. 1-1 in this one. This is so much like that previous game in this group with Thornton and Collins, where the averages were mid-70s.
Feel like it's Rob to
And
throw
it just caught
first.
fire, didn't it?
Yeah, in song terms, this is like The Sweet and Slade. Need to start flaring up,
100.
tightening your belt, getting it done properly. You just got to get through the group. That's the thing. If you're going to find your best stuff,
Yeah.
find it in either game 2
58.
or a little bit later in the night. You saw what Martin Adams did in the previous match. He was only
Well-
23% on doubles, and he still averaged over 90.
Yeah, well, he was over 100 for the pretty much entirety of that match until
85.
the final bit and getting over the line and all those missed doubles. If it is double with his first start, it'd have been over 101.
Peter Jacques did a really interesting interview with
85.
Abigail Davis yesterday because we spotted that he wore a different coloured shirt every single day this week. So I inevitably asked the question on the air. I wonder how many different coloured
100.
shirts he's got with him this week. So Abby picked up on that and asked him when he picked up his 18 points in Group C, and he said, I've got 8 different colours.
58.
I don't know of any other dart player on the planet who's got 8 strips. I mean, he's making a mockery of the Premier League. Oh yeah, I'm wearing my 8th kit today.
I do like Chizzy's ones because they've always got whatever tournament it is. It got the date on it and that. I like that idea.
But at least he knows exactly what colour he's going to wear when he gets up on the stage.
Yeah. Robbie Rock 156.
What am I going to wear today? Yellow, yellow, or yellow? We've seen black, we've seen white, we've seen red.
Purple.
All sorts from Jacques this week. What he needs right now is a full bag.
Yeah, what's a 177 here? Now a 137 he would take, or a 140.
100. Robbie Rock 198.
That's a bit of pressure on the 98 to hold. Loves a double 19. Not now.
82. Richie require 117.
Be quite ironic to see this going after all those missed darts at doubles.
And it might.
Game
And
shot
it
in the
does.
third leg. Peter Jacques.
That is a baseball bat to the stomach from Peter Jacques. Only averaging 77. But it is better than his opponent right now, as you can see. So, 2 hits from 9 with a 77 average is giving him a 2-1 advantage.
60.
Now the pressure, of course, piles on Rob Collins. A win here for Peter. It makes his final game against Thornton irrelevant.
I'm trying to read Rob Collins tonight. And throughout the course of the last 5 days, he's shown a great deal of steel, no pun intended,
100.
determination and expression. He looks a bit muted tonight. It's almost as if he's under a bit of pressure and he's not quite found his comfort zone up there this evening. He's had a lot of adversity.
Well, maybe there's just nothing left in the tank. Maybe he's running on empty. And not only is this physically
44.
demanding, it's mentally demanding, and that's what can leave you feeling more fatigued. You just don't have that fight.
He is a former boxer, as Rob Collins.
I
suppose we're into round 11, aren't we?
Yeah, we're into, not quite into the championship rounds. They'll come up in the semis and the finals, but yeah, he's got plenty to do from here.
100. Robbie Rock 161.
Buoyed by the max.
Yes, the only maximum of the match so far.
32.
That just makes things a bit harder when he comes back. It's one of those tricky finishes in the 120 to 140 range where...
Well, it's another one. Do you want the treble?
137.
Because if you hit it, you go double-double.
29.
I suppose you have to these days.
Yep.
Let's find out, shall we? What you gonna do, brother?
72.
Double 18, double 18.
I don't think that was the right play with Peter Jacques on 60. I think he had to go for broke there.
Agreed.
Is he banking on a miss from Jacques? Now, oh. I honestly thought he would bust that, and he's actually taken it. Riding his luck as the Terrier, biting at the heels of Man of Steel, and Rob Collins is on the verge of elimination now.
You could barely watch there in the background, Rob Collins, and he just sort of looked at it, and before it went in, almost nodded. And it wasn't in approval.
One more leg for Jacques. It will spell the end for Collins this week. And it would mean that Jacques versus Thornton in match number 6 would be a playoff to see who wins the group only.
180.
Now, didn't you say that you had a bit of a feeling about Peter Jacques?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I just think he's got a bit of old school about him. He's
97.
He's not really a panicker. And we've seen a lot of him, well, a lot of him at the when it was the Live League and now the Super Series, and
85.
I've seen enough from him that if he times it right and gets a little bit of luck here and there, I don't think he'd be one to panic or flap. And of course, this
60.
finals night where it's a complete opposite. This is almost it's as close as we get to, apart from the semis and the final, to knockout darts.
And some players are more comfortable in that scenario.
41.
They like to compartmentalize into one match at a time. You're almost forced to.
Well, that was, well, you know, we both played in the slam, and that was always it was so complex. You were trying to second guess what was going to happen.
When in fact the right mindset is just to win all of your games and not think about the thought of defeat.
But you have because you know you can lose but still go through. You just have a totally different mindset.
You sense maybe that Rob Collins and Jacques have had that fragility.
Game shot in the 5th
But
round.
Collins is hanging on to his spot in this week 11 finals night, thanks to that wonderful 109 checkout.
6 leg is Peter to throw
more
first.
specifically,
Game
and
on.
more importantly, denying Peter Jacques a shot for the match. Now, people ask me all the time, how do you get better at winning darts matches? Well, it's very, very simple.
100.
Or maybe an oversimplification of the matter. Just don't give them a match dart.
You improve is by playing someone who's
95.
massively better than you, just a little bit.
Incremental improvement can take you a long way.
Yep.
41.
You just wonder if Jacques was thinking, I'm going to get that chance, you know, and I'm going to take it. He's going to be gone. But Collins may be about to find a second wind.
60.
He didn't show a great deal of expression when he hit that ton plus out as well. I think you might be right. He might be on fumes. If he is, regardless of what happens, he's going to sleep well tomorrow.
Sleep even better if he's got a £5 check in his back pocket.
43.
He'd have to change his plans for a couple of weeks as well for his return. Now, Jacques has had an awful leg so far, but it's just about to get better. It doesn't get any better than that.
And that's a perfect example of his mindset. He's not one that gets, you know, he doesn't beat himself up too much, if at all.
139. Peter back 145.
That is a special approach there from Rob. He needed that. He still needs even more. Can you just imagine the scenes if he takes this 164 out? He's got
59.
people he knows in the crowd.
64.
They're all crossing their fingers right now as he goes for another one of those. For the bull.
139.
What an effort. Oh, you can see in the background
86.
the nerves have been shredded, but now it's time to see whether he is eliminated. 18 and the bullseye. But you've got to get the 18 first.
46.
Well, you can't afford to chase the treble
25.
when you're 3-2 up. You've got to give yourself that chance at the ball, and that's a very fortunate one. Double six for a level game.
Game show on the 6th.
Rob Collins takes us all the way, and like in his opening match, it went 3-3.
7th
that
and
one to
final leg is
Thornton
Rob to throw first.
in a deciding
Game
leg.
on.
He'll be hoping a reversal of fortunes here.
If he wins 4-3, you know what I'm going to say next, don't you? It's almost like we're wishing for it.
55.
We want Peter Jacques to beat Robert Thornton 4-3, and then we've got a shootout.
How would you categorise that single one for the double 12 then?
Fortunate.
Terribly good?
Trust me, he had absolutely no
45.
clue where that was going.
That could have easily hit a single 18 or even the treble 18.
Yep.
Thank goodness for the small section for the singles, right? They often get ignored. Oh,
4.
only 4 scored. But the signs have been there over the last couple of legs that, especially at the start of the previous leg, he was having a really torrid time of it on the inner ring. Collins has got to spring into action here.
45.
But look at that. 3:56 after 9. Nerves aplenty on this 3-foot rise from the floor.
100.
Yeah, it does strange things to you. Peter has stolen the darts. Unless
140.
it was useful. And now Peter's got to be a little bit careful here. A straight ton.
Uh-oh.
Got away
He's
with
got
that.
one, though.
99.
That was the bad play.
Yeah.
But he got away with it.
Should have been down on the 19s, of course.
Yeah, 263 should
100.
go south and dart 2.
164.
Get the 96 or the 99 would leave a finish, but this 164 is to win the match. He can't get a shot at the bull the same way that Collins did in the previous leg.
64.
So this is for Collins to win 4-3, to be on 2 points, the same as Robert Thornton.
And the same leg difference.
55.
Dun, dun, dun.
Feature
But then-
require 100.
There's another side to the coin. 100 for Jacques sends Collins out.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the
Collins who
mark.
sees the exit
Peter
door.
Jacques.
It's more disappointment on a Saturday night for Collins. But Jacques, after one match, has now got the comfort in the knowledge that he is through with Robert Thornton into tonight's semi-finals. They will play off in game number 6 tonight to see who wins the group. But an 82 average and 1 in every 3 shots at double hit is good enough for Jacques to get himself through to the semi-finals. Not for the first time, but his first time here, and he has got it done. As far as the next group is concerned, it's very complicated. We'll talk about that when we come back. But it's going to be Ritchie against Klose in match 5 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Saturday night, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where Rob Collins, he'll be feeling pretty crushed right now, I would imagine, after losing 4-3 in both of his matches and bowing out in the first hurdle. Here's a quick look at the tail of that match against Peter Jacques for Rob Collins. Both players averaging around 82, but it doesn't really tell the full story. Jacques raced away in the game, was 3-1 up, but Collins looked like he was going to complete the comeback when things started to click into gear. Had a shot at 116, couldn't pull it off, and Peter Jacques got the job done, putting himself through along with Robert Thornton. When that pair go head-to-head in a couple of games' time, it will be a straight shootout to see who goes through as top from that group. And it also means we won't be having a 9-dart shootout tonight. A few people will be relieved about that, although Robert Thornton's been involved in one before and won one before, just like Andy Hamilton had at the Grand Slam of Darts. But attention now turns to the other group, and it's a real tough task for Greg Ritchie, who's shown some fantastic highlights this week. His finishing during the week has been tremendous at times. We're going to see here a brilliant 160 checkout from Ritchie from earlier in the week. Really good on tops, as I said a couple of days ago. He was 10 out of 14 on that target, and it's a target hit to complete this combination. But it wasn't the case in his first match this evening, and he has given himself a mountain to climb. Daniel Klose is looking good. Any win for him, or even a 4-3 defeat, would see him go through and top the group. Greg Ritchie needs to win 4-0 or 4-1 to qualify with Martin Adams. If Ritchie wins 4-2, Adams tops the group, but Klose goes through in second place. I think I might have just done your job for you there, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. You can just sit back, enjoy the darts, and tell us what's happening.
Thanks for that, Murph.
Yeah, so everybody just sit back and enjoy the silence.
What kind of beveragini are you having at this late time of night? A little bit of a libation or something a bit calming for your night's snooze about to happen? But don't go anywhere yet. We've still got plenty more to go.
Ovaltine, maybe? Do you still get that?
Ovaltine? How old are you? I like Horlicks.
Horlicks.
Well, I wonder what Greg likes. He'd love some doubles. Let's face it, in his first match, things didn't really go to plan, losing by 4-1 against Martin Adams.
Just 1 from 9, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a lot better than that this week. It's going to need to be better than ever against Daniel Klose, the 42-year-old from Bavaria.
First leg, it's Greg.
He's in the box seat. He knows that if he wins this one, he will be safe. But Greg Ritchie not only needs the win, he needs it to be either 4-0 or 4-1. Otherwise, it's bye-bye.
140.
And his record this week, Paul, is not a good one against this man.
No, 3 defeats. And 2 of them to 0.
60.
Both with identical averages. When you talk about consistency, it was 4-3 their opening match on Monday morning. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, both 4-0, and the average for Klose, 92.49 in both matches. Talk about playing to type.
140.
I've just been looking up, actually, through a translation app. Because
57.
apparently Daniel Klose is named Dan the Man. It doesn't really fit him well. It just doesn't seem right. I like the consistent nature of his game. It fits him a bit better, a nickname like Mr. Consistent. But in German, that is Herr Consequent.
Yeah, that doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
Not really.
58.
Yeah, some nicknames in other languages kind of make sense, but that one doesn't really hit home. Well, Greg, who's been given a couple of nicknames this week. One was Greg the Egg. Don't know why. And
105.
something to do with cabbage as well.
146.
But what he needs are his finishing boots to be laced up. He needs to be clinical now and throughout the game.
41. Daniel, you require 96.
This is for a breaker throw. The earliest opportunity. And he's found the treble 20. Double 18. Double 9 for a 15 dart break.
Game shot in the first leg. Daniel
really is.
Klose.
And let's look at the fact that now Greg Ritchie's got to win 4 straight legs, otherwise he's going to go the same way as Rob Collins.
Well, when you look
Game
at their
on.
meetings combined this week, it's now 13-3 in legs to this man.
Are we starting to believe that Greg doesn't like playing this guy? Because that's what I'm starting to think.
140.
I get the feeling as well that Daniel is playing with an attitude of, there's no way I'm not qualifying.
Yeah.
Not after everything I've done this week. After he finished on Wednesday, he said to Abigail Davis, I'm going to go to London for a couple of days and do some sightseeing. That really does fit his character, because this week we've seen somewhere in the region of 38 different facial expressions from Rob Collins. From Daniel Klose, I think we've seen 2.
Yeah, I had a brief chat with him earlier on. He's very laid back, very chilled. Didn't have a clue who anybody was.
96.
He actually said to me, "Oh, do you play darts?" And I went, "No, mate."
You are kidding me. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know who Martin is, you ain't going to know who I am.
Well, that's a good point. I might go up to him a little bit later when he's won and said, I'm just one of the people who work in the back, you know. Rob Collins is out of the tournament now and has decided to stay and watch.
Yeah, it's good to see.
126.
A lot of his friends came to
Daniel, you have 149.
support him. Having a well-earned pint. Oh, the 5's come off. 125 at the left, 24, of course.
45. Greg, you have 145.
Real mistake from Daniel. Will it be punished?
You just wonder if Greg Ritchie, who's played the last couple of nights, is starting to run out of energy. Some of those darts looked a bit tired.
Yep.
85 left. That leaves double 14.
76.
I sort of get it,
Greg, you have 190.
I suppose with the 104, the 5 and the 1 is the danger, isn't it? Where either side of the 19, and you've still got an out.
There's a lot of people in Central Europe like that route.
Daniel, you required
massaging the whole Mensa Sulevic double 14 love.
Well, I have been amazed by that, but I've seen more of it from, because as you know, I'm a massive fan of the Euro Tours, and you get to see players from so many different regions, and you're right, they do have a different style.
Well, that little fist pump that you saw from Greg Ritchie came after a closing of his eyes, because he now knows that he is not going to qualify from this group. Daniel Klose will progress through Group 1 with Martin Adams.
27.
And it's now a question of whether it will be first or second. If Daniel wants to win the group, he just needs one more leg.
And of course, the winner of this group will play the loser of the Peter Jacques Robert Thornton match.
It's a pretty nice pattern that you get if you win Group 1. Because with Daniel, who played the first game of the night, he had a nice little break of 3 games before playing this one. By winning the group, he would play semi-final 1 and then get a game off before the final, hopefully.
139.
Sometimes you don't want to play consecutive matches. You just want to have a bit more of a breather and get yourself ready for the next game.
Yep. That's why, of course, we have that
58.
little bit of a break in between the completion of our group matches, just to give that player who has just played a bit of time to regroup.
One thing we can say now, because we know the 4 combatants who are going to be part of the semi-finals, I think this is a really key thing, you know. 3 of the 4 have only played 1 group this week. Does that tell a story about the amount of games played and the fatigue factor.
Yeah, I agree.
And the only person who's going to go through to the semis in week 11 who's played 2 groups is Peter Jacques. And he has played the last game of tonight, so he's had the most time to get ready. That's probably the only upside I can see for Jacques. He will play more legs, more games this week than anybody.
And the ball. Oh, chasing the treble.
There's that second facial expression. It wasn't much of a change from expression number 1.
Greg, you require 74.
Greg's playing for pride. He would love to go out with a win. He does not want to be bageled by Klose 3 times in a row. He hasn't been down here too much. Spent most of his time at the top of the board.
42. Daniel, you require 40.
And tops it is for the double break. And 3-zip. Can't see him missing. There's no reason to think he'll miss. He's 50% on the doubles.
Just creating a bit more of an angle from the right-hand side there. And he gets it perfectly.
Daniel Klose.
You just sensed that maybe that second dart was a little bit too close for the way his darts go on the board. And what we can tell you now is that Daniel Klose has won Group 1. Martin Adams will be in the second semi-final facing the winner of the next match between Thornton and Peter Jacques. Well done to Daniel. He knows how to win groups, doesn't he?
84.
Very little fuss. Defeated Martin in the opening match of the night, 4-2.
58.
Route here to win this one, 4-zip.
Is he going to become only the second person in this stage to win Group A and the week? Funny enough, the only other person to do that is my pick to win the whole thing. I think Graham Hall, as someone who is very much like Daniel. There you go. A little bit of spirit from Greg Ritchie.
A little bit of sarcasm, I think.
The first maximum of the match for Greg, taking his average up towards 85. But look at Mr. Consistent once again.
Well, he defeated this man with 292.49 averages on Tuesday and Wednesday, and he's on 92.22.
I'm very tempted to leave those averages there until the end of this match because there is a possibility he could do it again.
That would be remarkable. And all 3
140.
the same scoreline.
Greg Everett 170.
We haven't had one of those this week. And we're not going to get it here.
No, he doesn't hit the 57. I wonder if he
require 81.
Chases the treble 12 again, or just make sure. Big 12.
Missed the treble 12 last time. He's missed it again, but this time it is a match dart at the ball.
56.
Casts a shadow over it.
That line was beautiful, wasn't it? Straight down the middle and just the thickness of the wire out.
Is Richie leaving us, or is he sticking around?
94.
He might be leaving us.
Daniel, you require 25.
Not been his night in any sort of facet of the game. Daniel, to finish Group 1 in style. Finishes it in style. An interesting one. And he doesn't quite mimic what he did in the previous 2 games against Greg Ritchie. In fact, he falls 1 dart short with a 91.09 average. But he has had Greg Ritchie on toast all week long. There you see it, 44% on the doubles, the high out of 96. A very Daniel Klose performance. And he will play in the first semi-final against the loser of the next match. We will have Peter Jacques and Robert Thornton in our 6th game of the night. The winner will win Group 2. The runner-up will stay on the board for semi-final number 1. Don't go too far. That's coming right up.
The action continues here at the MODUS Super Series, and what a performance that was from Daniel Klose, who's getting closer to winning the title on debut here. The German defeating Greg Ritchie by 4 legs to 0 for the 3rd time on the spin. Daniel has had Greg on toast so far this week at the MODUS Super Series. A 91 average, just shy of that average, 1 dart away from the same average 3 times on the spin as well. Quite incredible stuff, and I think that Mr. Consistency nickname that the boys in commentary have been talking about really would be very apt for Daniel Klose. He goes through to the semi-finals along with Martin Adams from Group 1. We know that Peter Jacques and Robert Thornton will be going through from Group 2. They're about to do battle, and they're both in very, very good form on good winning runs. Peter Jacques, very impressive in Group C earlier in the week. We saw him produce, well, some fluctuating finishing, really. He had brilliance like we're about to see, and he also had some really dodgy doubling as well. Peter Jacques, it's another 160. They all seem to be at the 160 checkouts. This one was against Greg Ritchie. If he's not upset enough, you might look at the screen now and see Peter Jacques hitting a big checkout against him. But Jacques, he's missed a lot of darts at double as well. Remarkable then that he's won his last 6 matches and finds himself in the semi-finals. However, Robert Thornton has won his last 5, having won all 4 last night, and his first today. It's a straight fight to see who will finish top of the table, and whether or not we will get that Adams against Thornton clash in the semi-final, or whether possibly the pair could be on a collision course to meet in the final. That would be something special, wouldn't it? But Peter Jacques and Daniel Klose will certainly have something to say about that. It's Jacques against Thornton here, and they are ready to do battle now. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson will talk you through it.
Here we are then. The guys are gracing the stage once again. 6th match of the night. And it is Jacques against Thornton. Not the 2 tallest guys you will ever see on the hockey. But that doesn't mean that they can't be prolific in every department. They have played before, but they've never played in best of 7 legs. And they've never played in the MODUS Super Series. And the strange thing is, no matter what happens in this game, they're both going to the semis anyway. But the biggest thing, Mace, right now is it going to be Thornton against Adams in the semis, or could it possibly be the final?
Well, we're about to find out. Yeah, they met 4 years ago, 3 times. Once in a UK Open qualifier. Remember those, Paul? The UK Open qualifiers?
Hated them.
Round 1. And
thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Peter
First
won
leg, it's Peter to
6-2
throw
with a very
first.
impressive 95.3
Game
and
on.
4 180s. The next meeting was another qualifier, a Euro Tour qualifier, again in 2018 in a semi. It was Thornton who just edged it 6-5. And then the same year, a Players' Championship in Barnsley, round 1, Thornton with a 97 average, winning 6-2.
41.
What was your best result in a UK Open qualifier?
I won one.
Ah, there you go.
I actually, when I won one, it was played. We were in the same area, but then it was played in
140.
2 different pubs, and I think it was the top 4 from each pub made a quarterfinals, and then he went to one pub and then played off on the Sunday. Or it was last 16. I can't remember. Maybe 8 from each pub.
The reason I asked that question is because my record in UK Open qualifiers was so poor that you always remember your best run in something you weren't very good at. Mine was 1 quarter-final.
That does surprise me.
And the person who beat me in that quarter-final?
134.
Robert Thornton.
Beat you by 161.
Robert Thornton beat me when I was trying to qualify for the UK Open. I needed to win 1 more game over the course of a weekend.
99.
Thornton edged me out, and then Jamie Caven hit an absolute killer 170 against me after I missed 32.
95.
And that
Beat you
was,
requires 62.
That was about it. I think that was the weekend I said, yep, that's enough for me.
Jacques is looking for the Gary Anderson route for 62.
On the first
And it works
leg.
out very well.
Peter Jacques.
Motors his way to a 1-0 lead. And I think you're going to see quite a lot of attention on double top in this match.
Second leg is Robert to throw first.
We made a little bit of reference to the equipment that Peter Jacques is using this week. because it's different to what he started using around, not 6 years ago, when he came to the Pro Tour. And it was a bit more bulbous in nature. It didn't have as much complication on the tungsten. But these are
80.
quite tapered towards the point and almost yellow classen-like, aren't they?
They are a little bit, just not quite as pronounced.
137.
That's horrific. I'm looking back at that UK Open qualifier you mentioned. It was 2006. And I beat Barry Bates in the final, Adrian Lewis in the semis, Bob Anderson in the quarters, Ian Willis, remember him?
Oh, my good friend Ian.
44.
He's no longer with us.
Yep, bless him. Dennis Smith in the last 32. Alan Warren Little in the last 64. They've been round #1 in the world then.
This is some run you had.
And Ian Branks, Northern Ireland.
133.
We've had a few trips down memory lane this week. We had a really good one talking about Premier Leagues yesterday. And people who have played in the Premier League and also playing
78.
in the MODUS Super Series this year. We actually had 8 Premier League players.
Wow.
And 1 contender as well.
52.
Colin Sherrick.
Yeah.
We managed to name 7 of them and we forgot about Yellow Klassen. We rectified that pretty quickly.
100.
Well, I said that Tops was going to get a lot of attention in this match. Just remember, whoever wins this one will win group number 2. And we're looking at 2 group winners already this week.
20.
Because Robert won Group B and Jacques won Group C. And the winner from Group A is already through. That makes Martin Adams the odd one out.
26. Robbie, you require 20.
Got to go the other side.
Game show on the second leg.
That's a bit of experience right there.
Thornton.
Understanding what happened to Dart 2. And then making sure it doesn't happen again. 1-1 in this one.
Yeah, nothing to split them.
Peter to throw first.
2 holds of throw. I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure there's too much of an advantage winning or losing this one.
100.
Well, when you look at what Martin Adams did in his second game, winning 4-1 against Greg Ritchie, averaging over 90, you sense that maybe he's getting into a better groove. But Mr. Consistent, Daniel Klose, winning with a 91 in his second match. These guys would admit it doesn't really matter who you play next. You've got the advantage of having that chance of making the final.
137.
And I suppose the thing to say at this point is £500 was guaranteed for making the Saturday night. They're doing better than that now. £1,250 for making the semi-finals. They will be, after this match, in double your money games.
We do have a look down memory now. Just looking, we have access to some wonderful software that gives us, well, just unbelievable stats and data.
But you and I could probably delve into this website that we are a part of and chat all day about tournaments past.
I didn't even know I won this tournament. I can't remember it until I've just sort of looked at it. And it was the Welsh Classic. And I won it in 1994. I beat Andy Jenkins in the final. And I'm like, oh.
1994.
Yeah.
Game shot.
That's a beautiful finish there from Peter Jacques. 14 darted to get a 2-1 lead. This has turned into a decent game. Both averaging 88 so far. And is that going to be enough to win the semi-finals? Possibly not. Might have to find an extra gear. 1994 was a very good year.
58.
For the sport.
You're going to break into a bit of Frank Sinatra then.
It was a very good year. Yeah, 94 was a very interesting year, wasn't it? Because
post-split, wasn't it?
Exactly. The sport was finding its feet a little bit after a somewhat tumultuous political year. And 94 was the year where John Part won his first world title. 94 was the year where Dennis Priestley won his second. And then we started seeing the emergence of players like Richie Burnett.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I knew Richie from around
82.
around 1990, I suppose. Because of course he was already a very good player, and he had a horrific car accident, didn't he? And that set him back a long way, which made his that 94, 95, 96 era even more impressive. He was just unplayable.
137.
We spoke a lot about Martin Adams this week and some of the England teams he played in, and we actually listed the teams.
80.
We were just like darting kids in Candyland, thinking about the fact that he played with Eric, Warren a little.
Me.
Yeah.
Little old me. Well, me and Alan actually played in the same England side.
What? I mean, some of those England teams.
100.
Oh, my word. But some of the Scotland teams that Robert could have participated in, you know, people like George Dalglish and Mike Veach.
140. Peter Brook 122.
Ron Sharp.
Oh, the best moustache in sport.
Yeah.
Ooh, 777.
115. Robbie Brook 178.
Yeah, some of the international sides over the years were just incredible. What a time that must have been to play international darts.
72.
Let's not forget about
PG
Bob Taylor's mullet.
7.
Yeah.
That was glorious. Could this be rather glorious for a 3-1 advantage?
Games on the fourth.
Jacques, he's on the cusp of winning
Peter
group number
Jacques.
2 then. He takes a 3-1 lead.
Well, when you look at his doubling from his earlier match, 4 from 12.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first.
3 from 4, 75%. Didn't need a breaker throw to win this match, but we don't get paid overtime.
83.
If we were to sit down and have a proper conversation about a 12-man team for England, Wales and Scotland,
Yep.
140.
would you have Martin as the captain?
Yeah, having had him as a captain playing for England, yeah, absolutely. He was him or Eric. But
So you'd have Eric in the
85.
team, but you would have Martin as the captain.
yeah, that was a tough one because although Eric was a totally different kind of personality when he was on your side, but he was quite brutal.
Do you know, I think the complexity of a team mate, and sometimes you don't need the best player, but you need someone who's brilliant in a team atmosphere.
Yeah.
I've always said, when I played for Australia in 2008 in the Tri-Nation Series against South Africa and New Zealand, and the Oceanic Test match as well, the best teammate I had was a guy called Steve MacArthur, who played in the first Alexandra Palace World Championship.
Yep.
He was the best guy we could have behind you because he was so with you no matter what.
121.
You certainly need that in that team event environment.
81.
Yeah, interesting call. He went for the treble 7 there. That's all right.
Yeah, when he loves tops, he's going to get 3 at it after just 12. Yeah, I'd like to sit down and pick our best
83.
ever
Robbie
12
Brook
England
140.
players, and
We'll do Scotland and Wales as well.
Yeah,
Game shot on the
and
fifth
Ireland,
leg.
of course.
Robert Thornton.
Kirby would definitely be in there.
You see, my mind is completely spinning now.
Sixth leg,
as
it's
the
Robert
choices
to
I've
throw
made.
first.
Imagine having to be the
Game
manager
on.
to pick that squad. The all-time England team.
Fantasy darts.
I've already said this week with Henry Deacon and
80.
Abigail Davis and Chris Murphy that I think we should do fantasy darts here. I think it would be a vastly fascinating thing to pick players and triple captain and things like that.
Yeah, especially
60.
when we now play over a 12-week cycle. It would be interesting.
Do you get the feeling that Thornton does not want to
140.
relinquish the title of Group 2 winner?
The way he's going, I think not. He's lifted his average up now to over 92, approaching 93.
140.
Is there a possibility that you could put too much into this performance and maybe drain the
98.
tank of energy a little bit going into the semis?
I think the way they're playing, there's quite a nice little tempo to this one. They're not particularly animated because they're both aware that the hard work's done. So I think you're spot on. I don't think they're going to empty the tank in a what is effectively a dead rubber. They know whoever wins or whoever loses this game has got a real toughie, whoever it is, whether it be
30
facing Daniel or facing Martin.
Well, we've still got Robert in this last qualification match. Who would you have as the Scotland captain in the Scotland Dream Team? There have been captains like Ross Montgomery, Mike Veach.
60. Robert, you're 153.
As great as Gary Anderson is, I don't think he's captain material. He'd rather be someone just plays.
Hendo.
43.
If he asked you to win, how could you just say no?
Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, that's that one sorted. I'll ask you about Wales if we've got another leg. Well, let's focus on the opportunity that Jacques got of winning 4-2, but he needs a miss from Thornton first.
59. Robert, you're 110.
Every day of the week.
Game
And tops.
Sean the
And twice on a Sunday.
Robert Thornton.
It's funny you should say that. It's actually Sunday. Go on then, quickly, before this one's over, because it is 3-3. Who would captain the Wales team? You've got a choice of Leighton Rees. You've got Martin Phillips.
140.
Richie Burnett.
That wouldn't be Richie. He's absolutely bonkers. Although I have played in a couple of team events with Richie, and he's a fine team player.
You could have Wayne Warren.
Yeah.
60.
I'd probably go, having been around Leighton in a team environment. Of course, he played county darts with my dad, so I sort of grew up around watching him as a county player, and he was a proper team man.
Yeah,
Proper.
In his bull, wasn't he, in South Wales? Whenever I see the sign for that place, I always think of Leighton. Never got to meet the man, but had his flights as a kid. They were iconic. I'd love to have a set of those if anybody's got any.
Just to have a throw with them.
Yeah, well, Jacques is on the cusp of winning this group. Let's see if he can.
95.
Yeah, 121 points away
121.
from picking up his second 4-3 win. Won't it be Thornton picking up his second 4-3 win?
103.
This is the double 18. And Thornton has to be careful here. Needs a treble. Gets a treble just in case.
PT require 18.
And it looks like will be Peter facing. Ooh.
9.
Oh, hang on, maybe
Robert,
a
you
little
require
bit premature.
167.
Can he take out a 167? No. A 144. Peter Jacques.
85. PT require 9.
Double 2.
5. Robert, you require 82. $62.
Thornton there had the chance
PT require 4.
to seriously pinch that one.
Game shot.
But it
on the
is
match.
Peter Jacques who
Peter Jacques.
eventually gets over the line, finds the double 2. Probably in that group, all the matches going to the deciding leg, but it is Peter winning 4-3 with an 82-46. 4 out of 13 on the doubles. The average was spoiled after all those missed darts at the end of the leg, but our semi-final lineup has been sorted, and it will be Daniel Klose against Robert Thornton and Peter Jacques against Martin Adams. Let's hear from the boys up on the balcony.
Welcome back. The semi-finals are set up here at the MODUS Super Series after that last match where Peter Jacques and Robert Thornton did battle, and Jacques eventually came out on top, Paul. That sees him finish top of the table. Chris Mason's looking like the more informed pundit, despite the fact that you've been here all week.
Yeah, well, I'll give Chris one up on me there, but I suppose that game, it didn't have a great deal of significance, but one thing it does give us is the possibility of the dream final of Adams against Thornton. And I know there's a lot of people out there watching on YouTube thinking, yeah, that's the final I want to see. But there's also the possibility that we could have Klose against Jacques. One thing we have got in the semi-finals, Murph, is that all people who won groups this week are in the last four.
Let's just have a little word on the two players that bowed out. Your pick for the night, Rob Collins and Greg Ritchie as well. Ritchie not really living up to the stuff he'd done in the previous nights. Collins perhaps a little unfortunate, losing both games 4-3.
Yeah, I think that's the case, but I think they both share something as well. They looked a bit flat to me. Maybe very long weeks for them, 5 consecutive days of playing, mixing up the night sessions and the early sessions, may have just taken too much of out of their fuel tanks and came in tonight without enough in the arsenal.
A couple of semi-finals just about to come up. We mentioned that we might have that dream final, but forgetting about romance, if you like, what do you see the final actually being?
At the moment, I see it being Klose against Adams. I just think the way that Adams picked himself up from a poor first game tonight into what was a very good performance in his second, Klose just finding an extra 10 on his average. He didn't play particularly well in his first game, but he really did play very efficient stuff in his second one, and I think that is going to be the final we get. But my record of predicting things tonight is not great, so don't listen to me.
I heard you in Mason in the commentary box talking about the potential fatigue factor as well. Is that one of the reasons that you may be not favouring Peter Jacques in that match? Yeah,
potentially. He's the only person who comes into tonight having played 5 consecutive days coming into this, so there may be a fatigue factor. I know he does a lot of work on the practice board. He's a workhorse, but it does have to be a factor, and if he goes on and wins tonight, he'll have done this the hard way.
Looking out into the crowd tonight, we've seen Rob Collins sat down there with the fans. Who do you think they want to see? Do you think they want that Robert Thornton Martin Adams final?
I think they will. When it comes down to it, if Rob's got people here with him, they would have wanted to see him go all the way to get it done. It's not going to be his night, but someone's got to take it. And I suppose the ideal way to finish up this week is to get that England-Scotland legendary battle.
First semi-final then is Daniel Klose against Robert Thornton. The pair are on stage already now. Obviously keen to get up there, because in my assumption they were meant to be doing a walk-on, but never mind. We'll go straight to Chris Mason in a moment. You'll have to run downstairs. But in this one, Daniel Klose's not going to be phased, is he? Because he's probably just looked at Robert Thornton and thought, who on earth are you?
Doesn't even know who Martin Adams is. He's won 3 world titles. All-time great Robert Thornton. Probably doesn't know who he is. Ignorance is bliss, right? I know where I've gone wrong my whole career. I shouldn't have been a student of the game.
Will Daniel take a step closer, or will the Thorn make the final? Let's find out, shall we? Chris Mason is in the commentary box. Paul, we'll go and join him.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, reputations mean little to this man. I agree. I think sometimes ignorance is bliss. But these two have met previously, and it was this year, Challenge Tour 3, Milton Keynes, last 64. And it was Klose who got the better of Thornton. 5-4, 3 180s, 91.65 average, 106 checkout. Not too shabby. 95 average, 2 180s and 100 checkout. Well, this man will be well aware who Robert Thornton is. May not be aware of his incredible resume over the years. And his
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
unquestionable standing
first.
in our sport.
Game on.
Genuine darting legend. But this man has a win over him. Probably just thinks he's just another dart player, April.
He's not.
96.
He's been winning some of the biggest titles in the world for a decade and a half. Are we seeing In his early 40s, the start of the career of Daniel Klose. But I suppose the biggest question on a lot of people's minds after Robert lost that second group game is, has that affected him? And now he's in a knockout situation, whereas in that game he wasn't. Is it a very different Thornton that you're going to see now?
Yeah, he's got so much experience, hasn't he, that he won't even... It will matter not.
140.
Nearly back-to-back 180s and on a 9 in the opening leg. So I think that answers our question.
We will have a £1,000 bonus in the Champions Week if someone hits a 9-darter. Unfortunately for Conor Heenan, who got a 9-darter on the stage a couple of weeks ago, didn't get a bonus for that.
Oops.
And he didn't get one for the 9-darter he hit in Southampton this year.
60.
And he's not in Champions Week.
Daniel, you require 170.
But he's got the glory.
Well, he's got a nice bit of a highlight reel, that's for sure. Let's see the 170. Thornton will be back at 121. But despite going 180, 140, he may have to take this 121.
He loves the 121. Hit it when he won the UK Open on the bull. See him again.
96.
Result. Weight of the dart was good,
Daniel,
just lost the line.
72.
So, which way is he going to go? He went to 48 for 24, but that leaves 64, so it's 14 ball. We're going to see another dart at the ball. Oh dear, oh dear. And that's just lack of experience, isn't it? You just don't chase the trebles in those situations. You make sure of the 14 and give yourself one dart at the ball for the leg.
25.
Better to have a shot than none at all. Double 4.
Game shown the
It's a good shot.
leg.
I mean, the 17 was a bit precarious. It was a bit too close to the 51. But earlier on tonight, we saw somebody going for a 25 checkout, and the single one was in the small one.
When I was practicing with Andy Hamilton for a while, he started doing this thing where he would actually, on 60, throw for the small 20 and hit it.
It's very much a forgotten shot.
24.
It makes a lot of sense. If you can keep the line right, there's a lot of forgiveness on the weight of the dart, but a little bit less so as you go towards the bullseye.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more of a shot that you would fancy if you'd ever played with a quad board.
Well, Darryl Gurney, of course, changes the release, well, changes the grip pattern on the dart, and he can actually get it to lay flat so it doesn't interfere on that 60 out.
Yeah, he did that during the Grand Prix as well, which I thought was genius. He had everybody in a tiz doing that, but I think we're going to have to get used to him doing it. Now, Thornton was
99.
masterful at scoring at the start of the first leg. I think he's exactly the opposite at the start of this one.
60.
Well, 9 darts thrown, and he's only scored 138. Basically, handing the break of throw back to this man.
140.
Quite a languid, loopy type throw.
I love that word. I love that word, languid. I heard a great word yesterday as well. I've been practicing it. Perambulate. Such a great word.
I don't know. I never say anything I can't spell.
I bet Kirk Bevins could spell it. He probably knows how much it is on a Scrabble board. It means
136.
walking around, thinking about something with a purpose. So anybody who's a bit Rob Collins-like, who's like a frog in a sock at the back of the stage, you're perambulating.
I like it.
I heard it from Wayne Mardle, and I was curious.
72.
So I looked it up, and I'm not going to forget it now. But languid is definitely word of the day. It describes a lot of walks and throws and actions. It's such a beautifully descriptive word.
Robert, you record 144.
2 treble 20s. So Daniel will be back for the break.
80. Daniel, you record 40.
I'm not 100% sure if Daniel has told us what his favourite double is this week. He's been around the houses a little bit, but...
Well, there's no point asking him who his favourite dart player is there?
He'll probably tell us somebody from Bavaria that we've never heard of.
So look, it's Daniel to
One
throw
thing I will
first.
say, considering what we've
Game on.
seen from him this week, I will tip my hat to the producers of our show in finding him to get him here. He probably thought, what's this tournament? I don't even watch darts. Is this any good? I said he could be Mr. Consistent. Maybe he's Mr. Ignorant. I mean that in a good way, because ignorance can sometimes be a very good thing. Because there are people on the other side of the coin, aren't there? They almost know too much and want to know too much. I used to share a room on tour with a player called James Hubbard. He used to annoy me for two reasons. One, he would ask about runs to match players and Grand Prix too much. And he had this annoying habit of drinking half a soft drink and going to get another one without finishing the bottle. And he used to leave them all on the counter as well. It's like he was doing some sort of soft drink chemistry. I'm a bit of a completer finisher. I like everything to be finished before you use the next one. But he was both the best roommate I had and the worst.
With a bottle of wine.
So far, this game is like an early boxing match. They're just trying to feel each other out.
Yep.
Waiting for the biggest blow so far.
Yeah, they're just having a bit of a look at each other. But the player on throw is not using the advantage.
60.
He's not the quickest player, is he?
61.
No.
He's quite deliberate. Whereas Robert, this week, I feel, has shown a lot of good pace about his game. Sometimes he can get too quick.
41.
Well, sometimes you're not quite at it. You do try and put a little bit of tempo in, don't you, to try and get some kind of rhythm.
That's a nice little adjustment. Leaving 122.
80.
He's still in 3-dart range. He was hoping he'd be in 2-dart range. Robert's there. Good single. Stayed well away from the flight of the 60-dart.
80.
And that one was well away from
Daniel
everything.
require 107.
This would hurt. And I wouldn't be surprised if he pops this one in. Right, he has the option. Well, he had a look at 48 and then he looked back up at the 60. I prefer the adjustment 59. From the 19 to the 48 for tops.
Yeah, I agree.
Game show on the third.
Rule number 1, don't leave Robert Thornton on tops. And he takes a vital break of throw in this first semi-final. Could it be another final for Robert Thornton? If we look at what's happened throughout the course of the last 18 months, now, Robert did not play the at-home stuff during the pandemic because he was still on tour at the time.
Yeah, still had a tour card, didn't he?
Indeed. He lost his card at the end of that year, joined us last year, and the first final he found himself in with us, he lost to Mark Webster in Phase 5 last year. And at that time, the top 3 in the week qualified for the Champions Week.
96.
So by making the final, he made the Champions Week. But he didn't win the night. Webster got his sole Super Series title. But in the Champions Week, Robert won the lot. He got the £6,000 cheque. He beat Connor Scott in the final. And since then, he's not been in a final. That's almost a year ago.
And during that period, he's had plenty of success, including
44.
Obviously there's 2 senior titles and then a Challenge Tour victory, a deep run in a Pro Tour when he was in as a reserve.
He has been to Saturday night a few times since that win. Week 2 of Phase 2 this year, he was equal 5th. On a night where Mike Warburton won. He was 3rd in Week 1 of Phase 4, the night that Robert Owen won. And in Week 5, under this roof, in fact, it was the last week in Southampton, I do beg your pardon, he was 3rd on a night where Lee Evans won, booked his spot in Champions Week when he beat the WDF World Champion Neil Duff.
Oh, yeah, I did that week.
140.
140. We're on the cards here, Paul, for a 4th consecutive breaker throw. The player
58.
can hold.
More breaks
Daniel,
than
you
a builder with a
require
T problem.
67.
Fancy a cuppa, Daniel. Ah,
16.
double 16 it is. I thought he'd go 10 for tops.
Same.
51. Robert, you require
When
150.
you do a Whitlock.
He's definitely got that now, hasn't he?
Oh,
If you got 150 and you're going to go 3 bulls, it is a Whitlock. But he almost had a shot at double 15.
81.
Bit of a loose
Daniel, you
last one.
require
Bit
16.
of frustration there. 2 8s for 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It is.
Daniel Klose.
Another breaker throw. It was a 14-dart breaker throw with a max in leg 1. Then
Fifth
it
leg,
was a
it's Daniel
16-dart
to
break
throw
from
first.
Daniel, followed by a
Game on.
16-dart breaker throw by Robert, followed by a 16-dart breaker throw from Daniel. He is incredibly German and reliable.
I've just been looking a bit through
98.
Daniel's career for the information that I have at hand. Now, I don't know what kind of festivals he's been to in Germany.
100.
I've been to a soft tip festival in Nuremberg, which is not that far from where he lives. And they play a lot of pairs, threes, master out, loads of different levels of tournaments. He's probably been to stuff like that. But from the information that I have at hand, I think this may be his biggest payday so far.
Absolutely.
100.
And he's only in the semi-finals. By making the
Well,
latter stages of a challenge tour, he's not going to be getting 4 figures.
I can only backdate him to around about 2018, late 2018, 2019.
95.
I can't find anything on him pre those dates.
I would say with ultimate confidence that if he makes the final, £2,500 is definitely his best
140.
payday. And he's not even finished yet. But he's got to get to that final first. Robert Thornton is to the finish first.
How low can Closer go from 208? That's perfect.
180. Robbie, you've got 161.
That changes the complexion of this leg, or does it?
97.
So for our
Daniel,
first hold
28.
and a 3-2 lead, and possibly the best leg of this semi-final so far.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
goes
5th leg.
13-dart hold.
Daniel Klose.
This is turning into some game.
This is your first up and close personal look at
It's
Daniel.
Robert to throw first. Game
What do
on.
you think of him?
Well, for someone with such little experience and such little time on the board at any kind of decent level, I mean, how far can he take his game? He would have to find, I think, another gear to...
100.
Although the European Q school is, with all due respect, a fair bit easier than the UK one.
96.
I mean, if he can, and he's averaging 94.11 here. I mean, anything around mid-90s, if you can hold that all day, you're going to get a card, aren't you?
Well, this is the kind of average that if you can do this over 50 to 70 matches a year,
137.
there's no reason he can't, because he obviously likes to play lots of matches in a day. This guy really could be a find. He could be the find of the stage, actually.
96.
Because most of the talents we have brought you in the last 3 months have been established, no matter what age they are, but nobody knew a great deal about this guy. We are learning at a rapid rate.
Well, the other player I can think of who made an immediate reaction in the sport was Florian Hempel. I mean, he came from a completely different sport as well. And
Daniel, you've got
what's
164.
the other young lad only started playing, been playing a few years. Was it Gavlas, wasn't it? He seemed to be right out the box.
Yeah, Adam Gavlas from Czechia made his debut on the European Tour within a year of taking up the sport, which is ridiculous.
60.
And it wasn't even in his
Robbie,
home
you've got
country.
88.
Right, now, Robert, can you stay in with a chance. 18 in the bull. Bull needed.
63.
Bull not found for the second time in this game. And Daniel, I hate to say it, he could close him out.
Which way is he going to go? And again, on the 19s. Tops.
64.
Wire bent.
Robbie requires
Buckled.
25.
But still intact. Double four. It is a one-leg shootout between the German and the Scot
Thornton.
to see who will play in tonight's final. A good game. Both averaging very decently.
Seventh and final leg is
But
Daniel
those
to throw
averages
first.
that you see
Game
mean
on.
very little because it's all down to one leg 501 to see who still has the chance of £5,000 tonight and the chance of Champions Week. Whoever loses will be done.
Well, the only other previous meeting as
180.
Daniel Klose makes the perfect start. Went all the way to a deciding leg. That match I mentioned in the Challenge Tour 3 this year went to a 9th undeciding leg. Well, this has gone to a 7th. And what a way to kick off with a max.
Just when Thornton hit that 25 checkout,
100.
he may have thought for a few seconds, I'm going to get you now.
Yeah.
But as soon as Daniel hits that maximum, he's thinking, who is this guy? What's he doing this for?
83.
And that's a costly last start. Maybe if he got a 60 there and is only 40 adrift, he might get Daniel to shake a little bit. But I don't know what Iceman is in German, but I think it's Iceman. Yeah, I think it's Iceman.
45.
Last thing we need is another Iceman. We've already had 2 world #1s with that nickname. Only a ton for Thornton.
100.
Again, if he'd got the second treble, he would have been knocking on the door. Needs mistakes from Klose.
I'll let you have a go at that, Paul.
Man aus der Mice.
There you go.
Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No. I don't think if
45.
Gezi Price started using that, it would have the same kind of effect.
Got to get to a finish. We've got to pray that Daniel can't find 131. Based on the behaviour that we've seen from him this week, he's not going to take it.
96.
That is some final
And you
dart.
have
That's
131.
probably about the only part he could sight in, and he's left himself a far easier finish than the 131 that needs 2 trebles in the combination or 2 double tops.
It was a bit tentative.
Safe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
91. Robert, you require 122.
Robert has made a career of timing things right. That is a lucky dart at 60 bull. Bull for the final. The
89.
bull has cost him 3 legs
Daniel, you require 40.
in this match. Ultimately, only one of them he can convert with his second bite of the cherry. Double 15 for Daniel Klose and the final. And he's missed his chance.
No score.
And he's busted.
Robert, you require 33.
Oh, I don't blame him for busting. 17 for double 8. For a real big steal, Paul.
Third match dart.
Game
It's there.
shot and
Robert
match.
Thornton has
Robert
stolen it.
Thornton.
Daniel Klose not close enough. As it stands, Thornton is looking for his second win with us, but it would be his biggest. He'll have a chance of Champions Week if he can win best of 7 in the final. You can see that he didn't have the best average. He did slightly have the better checkouts, but the high checkouts of the match were both 40, telling you a lot about what was happening on approach. What a thriller that was. We'll all catch our breath over the next few minutes, and when we come back, it will be our second semi-final, an all-English affair between Peter Jacques and Martin Adams. Ow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have the first man through to the final, and that man is Robert Thornton, after a thriller in the semi-finals against the German Daniel Klose. Well, for him, it was closer, but not close enough. He missed 2 match darts to make it through to the final, and Robert Thornton punished with the last dart in hand on that double 8. Despite a lower average, Klose has been consistent around that high 80s, low 90s mark all week, but it couldn't take him to the final in the end. I'll tell you what, though, he'll be back here at the Super Series. I feel sure about that. Really has been an excellent part of the week and a great standard from the German player. But it is the experienced ace, Robert Thornton, that goes through to tonight's final and remains in the hunt for the £5,000 first prize. And, of course, that coveted spot at Champions Week. Thornton has won the World Seniors this year, the World Seniors Championship and the World Seniors Match Play, and he's looking to be the first Champions Week winner here at the Super Series. But the second semi-final, well, that features Martin Adams, the man he beat in that World Seniors Championship final back in February, and it's possible that we could yet see that fairy tale final that we were all kind of hoping for, maybe apart from a few people in Yorkshire and Peter Jacques, who's on a fantastic run of form himself. 7 wins on the spin for Peter Jacques. The players are on the stage and ready to go, so the question remains, will we see that fairy tale final? Well, let us bring you the tale of Peter and the Wolf, as told by Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, thanks, Murph. I think there's a lot of people wishing for that England-Scotland final. Well, the good news is you're going to get it. It just depends who's going to represent England. Is it going to be the Wolf or is it going to be Peter? They've played each other twice this week. It's 1-1, and this is the ultimate decider.
This, of course, is a £1,250 game, isn't it? Winner guaranteed 2,500, and then there'll be whoever gets through to that final will be playing for 2,500. Winner taking 5. The runner up 2,500.
One thing I will say is that another Englishman is in the crowd tonight. Nice of Mark McGee to stick around after having a somewhat tumultuous week.
Game on.
Yeah,
Didn't qualify for the finals, but did stick around to see some of his pals have a crack at it.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him. He said it was a wonderful experience. Loved the stage, loved the environment. And said it was a great opportunity to try and take a real good look at his game over a long period of competitive matches. And he says, look, there's lots of work to be done, and he's more than positive. Interestingly, of course, I don't know whether you've seen that, but Glenn Durrant played Phil Taylor in the final of an exhibition match last weekend, didn't he? And was victorious with 101 average, I'm hearing.
Yeah, interesting. The words of Glenn Durrant this week. The worst of it is over.
140.
These guys will be hoping that the best is yet to come.
Absolutely.
Earlier in the night, Adams lost by 4-2 against Daniel Klose by
95.
missing too many doubles, you would have to say.
Yep.
But then he really did respond well by beating Greg Ritchie by 4-1, averaging over 90. And I get the feeling he's going to need something more akin to that than what we saw in match 1.
Well, that performance against Greg, he was over 100 throughout the entirety of that match until the winning line approached, and then he fumbled his lines on the doubles.
Are you a big believer in patterns, Mace?
Yep.
How do you feel about the fact that the last person to beat Peter Jacques this week was Martin Adams?
There you go.
100.
There's a pattern.
And he played really well in that game as well. Averaged over 101. We haven't seen much in the way of ton plus averages this week,
76.
which has made them feel a bit more spectacular.
Well, Klose's 111 plus was spectacular, wasn't it?
Martin, you
No one's
require
got anywhere
81.
close to that, apart from Greg Ritchie, who had 107, which was a personal best with us. Martin's personal best is 111. Now, bullseye.
30.
That was a 25 with about 51% worth of wire.
Peter required 40.
And here's Peter on throw to hold. Edging closer.
Game shot in the first leg.
No shock.
Peter Jacques.
But that found its way into the double.
Second leg is Martin to throw first.
I'm just looking at the
Game on.
geographical elements of the people who are already through. Robert Owen, South Wales, he's from the Bridgend area. Chaz Barstow's from Winchester. Graham Hall's from the West Midlands. Daryl Pilgrim is from Croydon.
100.
Lee Evans. Where's Lee Evans from? He's definitely from the south. Kieran Tian's from Ireland. Graham Usher's from the northeast. We're covering a lot of bases here. Conan Whitehead's from Kent. Scott Williams is from Lincolnshire. And Gavin Collins from Northern Ireland. I don't think there are two people from the same area.
There isn't.
83.
It could be Cambridgeshire, it could be Yorkshire, or Scotland. And funnily enough,
93.
you've got English, you've got Welsh, you've got Irish, you've got Northern Irish. You're just waiting for one more to get the United Kingdom completed.
Well, we do have a Scot.
81.
Scott, I see what you did. You turned that Grand Slam thing from earlier in the night, didn't you? We were talking off the air saying that a Scot had never won the Grand Slam, when in fact Scott Waits had won it. Yeah, Chris Murphy had me for breakfast with that one yesterday. Adams is looking to be a hungry wolf and getting himself into finishing range yet.
85.
I just wonder how much he's got in the tank. He is 17 years older than his opponent. And we're playing very late at night.
94. Martin, you
She's
have
up tops.
152.
Beautifully, all barring a fantastic finish from Adams. This looks like it's going to be 2-0.
We spoke about Robert Thornton getting third place in week 5, and he was able to get a second crack of the cherry.
Peter required 40.
Same for Martin, week 6. It was on launch night on this stage. He was here. He was equal third.
Game shown the second
It might happen
leg.
again because Jacques is at the halfway point. And he's looking to set up a rematch of the second game he had in group number 2.
Peter to throw first.
Just looking at Denby Dale, and yeah, it is very Emmerdale.
Looks like it's got some viaducts.
It has.
180.
It's all water under the bridge, potentially for Jacques if he keeps playing this way. This is good stuff.
Yeah, this is very, very solid indeed.
I know the 180 at the start of leg 3
100.
almost inflates the average a little bit, but it's always good to see somebody towards the end of a campaign putting in a 3-figure average. Maybe he's starting to find the urgency that he needs. And I know that he's won Challenge Tour titles, but at what stage of his career is Peter Jacques at, do you think?
He's a maybe he's a late bloomer. Remember it.
125.
Right, when his first world title until he was 49.
How old is Peter Jacques? 49.
So well, he's going to be an handful on the senior tour, isn't he, next year?
We said exactly the same earlier this week. As soon as you turn 50, you think,
82.
there's some more events I could possibly be. And I mean, he might not have the opportunity. He might get his card back, go to the tour. And living in Denby Dale, I'm sure he would love playing in Barnsley. Just down the road.
50. Peter
Apologies to
require
everybody watching from Yorkshire.
150.
That was an awful Yorkshire accent. But this is turning out to be the stuff of nightmares for Martin.
60.
Seems like every leg, Peter's got the answer.
Yeah, seems to have a little bit more in reserve. I mean, he's averaging a very solid 96 and change. We're well into the end of leg 3. It rains, it pours, Martin, I'm afraid.
40.
I wouldn't want to be that second dart right now. It's about to get a
Feature
telling off.
require 90.
Got some young audience members tonight. Well, staring at greatness up on that stage. But they may be looking at greatness being eliminated.
I don't think I know of a venue where you can get
58.
that close. They are literally on the stage. Don't forget, if you want to be with us, excuse me, www.dartshop.tv. All your ticket information on there. It is free, of course.
Yeah, you'll want to be here on the final of Champions Week.
60.
Don't forget, there will be one more
Feature
Saturday night
require
before Champions
32.
Week in 7 days. Well, technically 6 because it's Sunday now. Double 16.
16.
What a lifeline this is.
Martin, you require
19s and ball.
126.
Gets 2 bites of the cherry at the treble 19. He's got to go. There's the single. Next door, right in the corner.
He was hopeful there that Owen Binks was going to say it's in the 57, but unfortunately for Martin, it's not.
88. PG requires
I don't think he's going to get a shot at that double 19.
Game shot
There you
the
go.
third leg. Peter
Jacques has got the answer once again.
Yeah, this is a very assured performance. It's
Full
3-0
flick, it's
up.
Martin to throw first.
He's in
Game
cruise
on.
control. Martin Adams has only had 1 dart at a double in the whole match.
Peter's had 11.
And that was at the ball.
There you see it. 51 darts for those 3 legs there for Peter, which is very steady stuff.
92.
Sometimes winning the titles on Sunday morning is all about survival of the fittest. It's not all the time about playing
60.
the most explosive of matches. It's about just winning the small battles, isn't it? How many times have we seen people win weekly titles with averages in the mid-80s?
Well, proof example at another level. Look at Danny Noppert and Michael Smith this year in the UK Open.
100.
Hey, sometimes it's the survival of the fittest and doing the right things at the right times. Can't see too much of the trouble.
You know what Peter Jacques said yesterday about the shirts thing? He said he had 8 different colours. Now, how would you decide which one to wear if you were a bit superstitious? Funny enough, Jacques, he said, I'm going to wear the shirt that I wore on the day that I felt I played the best.
11.
Seems to be working out quite well.
60.
And here's another strange one for you. At no point this week, and this is quite strange for a week, nobody has lost from 3-0 up.
Wow. We usually see the odd 1 or 2 a
57.
week, don't we? There's some stat.
$100.
Silent in here, as the audience think they might be seeing very little of Adams in here for a while.
140.
But we know that Martin will always give everything he's got until the very end. Jacques might have the opportunity
100.
of winning this match at the next visit, but it does depend on what happens here. Double 12.
Game shot
The game continues.
Martin Adams.
Beautifully done. I did mention that nobody has won from 3-0 down this week. There's no time like the present, Martin. And if you think about the games that they've had this week so far, they've been pretty good. Adams won their first meeting on Thursday. It was towards the back end of that session, winning by 4 legs to 2. The average 101.23, 3 maximums in there. And that high out of 140, which we showed you at the top of the program, Jacques himself has been quite steady
125.
against Martin this week, averaging in the mid-80s every time. And it was enough to get a win on Friday by 4 legs to 1. He's playing at the same sort of range again, maybe with a little bit of extra sauce on it.
180.
Speaking of extra sauce, 180 signs in the air for only the second time in the match.
121.
Jacques will have his first pop. And it's on a finish that will have no pressure on it.
78. Page of 120.
To make the final, he needs 60 more. He's in the final. A brilliant way to win. And he's won against Martin twice of their 3 meetings this week. He will take on Robert Thornton in the final tonight for the second time tonight. He won their first meeting. Can he win again to get the £5,000 and the invite to Champions Week? A very good display. You can see the average is a good 5 points ahead of his opponent. The checkout's good enough, but the best checkout of the entire match was the exclamation point on that semi. And Peter Jacques will make his first bow to a final in this venue, and he will have a chance to be part of the Champions Week in a fortnight. We will get the thoughts of the two Chris's when we come back, and we're also going to look at next week's lineup. Strap yourselves in for that one, because Group A next week is rather exciting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is all set up. Chris Mason has joined me to have a look back on the evening, starting with that second semi-final, where Peter Jacques was just too good for Martin Adams in the end. He's in fine form at the moment, Peter Jacques, and fair play to you. You picked him to win tonight. Yeah,
I just think these finals nights are more about who can just hold it all together and not panic early on. And Peter's he's an unflappable character. We've seen that in, when he has lost a match, his response since then. I mean, what's he won? 12 out of his last 13 games or something, and that can't be ignored. And he's always around. He's got levels. He always seems to be hovering around that 90 mark. It might drop under if he has a leg where he misses a few doubles, but yeah, he's one of those that's unflustered and looks like he's the one that's got most left in the tank going into tonight. Yeah, and that stat that Chris just mentioned includes winning his last 8 matches as well. So if he can make it 9, he'll make it through to Champions Week and get £5,000 richer as well. The semi-final before that, we saw Daniel Klose miss a couple of match darts against Robert Thornton, and it's a kind of bitter end to what's been a very good week for him. Yeah, and it's one of those. It's not that he didn't bottle it. I mean, it was right in the corner, a double 5, and then he attacked the double 15. And of course, it's one of those kind of doubles that once you just pinch inside, it's over. And yeah, he was a bit unfortunate. He was a better player for me, I think, in that semi-final. But Robert Thornton now, if he goes into this final thinking, right, I'm free rolling, I should be out, we may see the best starts from him so far this week, because we know we've not seen anywhere near the level we know that Robert can play at. Yep, just one more game left then for this week. But next week is the last week for qualification for Champions Week here at the Super Series. And now is the time to reveal the 12 players that will be in action. And you might see a couple of familiar names on this list. Top of it there, Group A, a certain Chris That's the only
Mason.
time I'm going to be in the top of that Group A, isn't it? That was nice of the boys down in graphics. Thank you very much for that, lads. I appreciate it.
What chance has he got?
I don't know, to be honest. I honestly promised myself I'd never, ever put myself through this ever again. But curiosity has killed the cat, I'm afraid. And I've just... Listen, it was offered to me, and I thought, well, why not? There's no pressure on me. I don't play anymore, so... all the pressure is on the rest of those lads, because if I beat them, they won't live it down. Well, I won't let them live it down. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's a great group of lads. It's a competitive group, that's for sure, if you take me out of the equation. And of course, the Group B, Andy Jenkins and Paul Nicholson and Richie Howson joining. We know Richie Howson's a serious player. He'll have big ambitions of winning it this week. And then Andy Jenkins, Alan Norris, Barry Bates, and Mark Lane coming in. Yeah, it's fascinating. And Andy Jenkins was on fine form today. He made the semi-final of one of the seniors events. He had a near 100 average in one of the matches today. So, yeah, it's going to be good. It oozes nostalgia, doesn't it? That Group A in particular that you're going to be involved in with Tony O'Shea, John Walton, Mark Durbridge. These were guys I was duking it out with back in the late 90s, mid-90s. Especially Tony O'Shea. Played him in my run to the semis of the Masters. Of course, I grew up with Mark Durbridge and played darts with him and his father. So that's always great. And Wes Newton, obviously, I remember fondly from being on the tour. And John Walton broke my heart in that run to the semi-finals of the World Masters when I went down 3-2 in the semi. Well, a quick look ahead to the final. You can talk with Paul Nicholson about next week during it. You might even get the chance to play him as well in the clash of the commentators. But it is Peter Jacques against Robert Thornton. Just give us your thoughts ahead of this one. You've been going with Jacques all night. Yeah, I'm not going to change my mind on Peter. I think he's the one who just looks the fresher of the two players. I think it's been a tough week for Robert, and I just don't think he's been at his best this week, and that can happen. We're not machines. They're players, but the experience, he knows how to win big games, and you've got to sort of edge that side to Robert Thornton. But it's going to be a great fun. I can see it going all the way, but I'll stick with my man Pete. Well, there's only one way to find out. Will it be the Yorkshireman or the Scotsman who makes it through to Champions Week? It is time for the White Rose to meet the Thorn, and the MC, Owen Binks, will get them on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the finalists. Firstly, would you please welcome, it's Peter the Terrier Jacques. And please welcome his opponent. It's the Thorn, Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and it's time for the final here in week number 11. And before we get cracking, I suppose we've got to say that this is the last game we're going to be having the mics in our hand, Mace. It's time to put them down and get the darts back in our hands next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, first
to blow the dust off them, I'm sure. Do you know where yours are?
Game on.
I'm just going to check. I don't know if they're in my bag or not. Well, it will be next week. I'll be in group B. I've got that wrong already, because B's not a number. Good start. Well done, Nico. And you're going to be here from Monday morning at 9:30 in what is an incredible group, isn't it? It's just
it's
plucks at the heartstrings.
Yes, a bit of nostalgia there. A bit of nostalgia there from Robert Thornton. Yeah, it's some lineup, isn't it? When you look across the whole lot, me and you, of course,
45.
Jacques, O'Shea, Richie Howson, Dubby, Wes Newton, Alan Norris, John Moulton, Mark Leighton, Barry Bates and Gary Robson.
Just keep me away from Wes Newton, all right? Because he's already taken enough money in my pocket of my career.
Yes, yeah, he has done you a bit of damage. Well, you're 17-2 to win the whole thing next week. I'm the outsider of everybody. 33-1. So if you have £10 on me, you'll get absolutely nothing back. There you go.
Well, you're getting plenty in your first leg in the final here. This is a £2,500 game, but it could be worth a lot more than that. Because if you come back in week 13 for Champions Week, you've got a chance of 20 grand. That could have been our first 10 darter of the week.
Now he's just got to make sure of the leg.
12.
Oh, he doesn't want to lose this leg.
You require 131.
He's already played Jacques tonight, and he pinched that by 4 legs to 3. He's not going to pinch this leg on a 1-3-1.
But there's no pressure on it. Robert will be thinking about those missed opportunities, but one thing that Robert knows how to do, and I mentioned it to Murph, he knows how to win these big games. He's won enough of them.
Yes, winning is a bit of a habit. He has won big games this year, and I'm not really sure whether it counts for anything, actually. He's won with us in this format, in this kind of time frame,
100.
last year, albeit on a different hockey. He could become someone who has won in both rooms.
Like it.
85.
Say that about players who have won big tournaments in different venues. Absolutely on fire.
140.
Robert Owen has won in both. Well, he's won in Southampton. But of the people who have won here, under these lights,
100.
Just going to double check. I'm sure it's only the one. It might be 2.
$58.
It's 2. Graham Usher has won under this roof.
And Southampton.
And so has Conan Whitehead.
81.
That's it.
Right now, Thornton
58.
doing little wrong, although 2 visits of 58 have just about given Peter Jacques a bit of a sniff here, but he needs to hit big. Does he go ball?
85. Robbie, 145.
Well, leaving the 130 would have been a decent player, but Robert's on the 145. He wants to leave tops, obviously.
85. Peter, you require 150.
Got that look about him again.
Yep.
Stay there. Oh, the line was so good.
134.
He's got every
requires 60.
likelihood of lambasting himself if he loses this leg, because that second dot should not have been short.
Nope.
50.
Well, he's created the opportunity.
Peter requires 16.
He had a great 1-3-4 to leave double 8.
Game shot on the
And takes
second
it.
leg. Peter Jacques.
You getting that feeling, Mace, that this one's going all the way?
Yeah, I was never changing my mind on Peter.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw
But
first.
you just can't ignore that we've not seen the best of Robert Thornton this week, and great players just find a way of playing great at
48.
the right times, and there's always that fear with Thornton because he knows how to win.
Now, Robert has not won
59.
with us this year, but he has had a couple of close calls. Back in week 5, the last week in the Southampton room, he was 3rd in week 5. He was 3rd in week 1 of phase 4.
140.
But Peter Jacques has been to a Saturday night once before. That was back in phase 3 of week 4. He didn't win the final. He lost to someone that you know pretty well. Wee Nathan Garvin.
Oh yeah, that's right, he did, yeah.
And all the very best to Nathan today in
Yep.
the World Youth Championship.
58.
Yeah, the top 96 youth players will be battling it out, playing down to the round of 32, and then that continues down in Minehead, doesn't it, for when the Players' Championships is on.
This one's been turned around a little bit. It was all Thornton. It should have been 2-0.
100.
Thornton staring a
Requires
2-1
50.
disadvantage in the face.
Yes, of course. Whoops. Get back. Get the rod out. Reel him back in, Rob. Double 8 for a hold and a 2-1 lead.
42.
He's
Robbie
quite
Mac
fortunate he didn't go out to 50 there, which would have cost him another dot, a double when he comes back. Now, the last leg,
96. Peter requires
Peter Jacques was on 150 and he missed it and then got a shot.
Game shot on the third
Different
leg.
complexion now
Peter
as
Jacques.
Jacques does not give Thornton a second look after a 150. And the averages tell you a very interesting
Four-legged
story.
Robert to
Not a
throw
great deal
first.
between them. Thornton has the maximums, but Jacques has got the lead.
That's 2 breaks a throw.
140.
Followed by a hold. Thornton scoring. Now 2 180s, 2 140s, and 4
80.
scores between a ton and 139. 8 in total. Just one behind Peter on 7.
If you'd have said to Peter Jacques on
134.
Thursday lunchtime that the last time he would lose a match would be against Adams, he would have said, oh, I'll have that.
Yeah.
It's an incredible streak he's on.
41.
And after what he said to Abigail yesterday about picking a certain shirt for tonight, if you do win this match, Peter,
I wonder if he let
get
me.
another 5 of these.
I wonder if he let me borrow it for next week.
I'd happily wear it. It'd be a bit big for me, but I tell you what,
60.
as long as they're winning matches.
167.
Win 8 matches Thursday and Friday night. You top the group, son.
Yeah. And then
100.
you just have to worry about another couple after that. Good response from Robert here.
Yeah, very. Down to 67 after 12.
Now, he likes tops so much,
100,
but he
Robbie
won't go
requires
treble
67.
9. Curious. It is tops anyway.
Game shot on
And
the
it's beautifully
fourth leg.
done for 2-2.
Robert
Best of
Thornton.
3 legs for £2,500 now.
There's no nicer feeling when your favourite
legged
double is
Peter
just
to
on the
throw
end of your throw and you just know it's there.
It is a beautiful feeling. I remember going for a double 8 once in the UK Open thinking, I know this is going in. I just wonder what it's going to feel like in the 10 seconds after it. Boy, that felt good.
135.
This really is turning in to a final that we all hoped for.
140.
They are trading big blows.
This is where adrenaline kicks in. No matter what time of day, night, morning it is, you have got your full attention on this. It's all or nothing. Peter Jacques is having his first crack at getting to Champions Week. It's the only one he's getting.
140.
This is Robert's second go. There's only one more week for qualifying, and then we'll get down to the nitty-gritty in week 13. But if you win this match, you're coming back. If you lose it, see you in the next series.
$134.
Again,
Page of 167.
finding another gear as he's the first player to take the average over the ton. Trouble 19 leaves the ball.
142.
We've had so many close calls on bullseye checkouts tonight, including Robert in his previous match.
What a recovery.
75.
Oh, you can't believe that double 12 was so far away.
25.
Well, this is a massive chance for Peter. Needs double 8.
Game show on the 5th leg.
Finishing.
Peter Jacques.
He's seriously tidy. 3 out of 6. 50% for Peter
Sig
Jacques,
Vegas
and that's
Roberts
why he's got his
first.
nose in front. He's being outscored, being out-muscled, but he's out-finishing Robert Thornton.
Well, the biggest start of
54.
this match so far was the miss at double 12 from Thornton, because the ripple effect of that has given Jacques the chance of winning the match by 4 legs to 2. And even if he doesn't, he'll have another crack.
84.
And prospectively, his 7th leg in this match.
He'll have to throw in that one, so he gets 2 bites of the cherry.
We've had 4 matches already tonight go 4-3.
100.
Just a sign of how tight this night has been.
Peter Jacques
43.
is involved in 2 of those.
So he knows how to do it. Make no
80.
mistake, all the pressure is on Robert.
Yep.
Every single ounce of it. And it doesn't help when he's got darts on the floor, but he does throw a very heavy dart, 26 grams, and we've seen it from the likes of Ryan Murray this week and Ryan Palmer
80.
as well. They've both got 28-gram darts. They've had some violent collisions against their own barrels.
Yeah, it just takes the energy out of the dart, doesn't it? Not like bounce outs.
100.
Sensible thinking from Thornton. Only a 2 trouble visit from Peter. I'll put him on a finish. Needs another.
100.
Doesn't
Robbie,
quite get there, and maybe
167.
Robert can breathe and just amble his way to something gettable.
51.
That's not enough.
That isn't enough. That's changed the whole look of the leg. How low can he go from 194? Love to leave a 2-darter, wouldn't he? Another one of those he will.
83.
He's had that
Robbie,
hooky action on dart 3 a lot this week. It's cost him a lot of points. Robert can't look for cover here. He didn't need it. We're going all the way in week 11.
Robert
One more
Thornton.
leg. And everybody is going to get to see the winner in a last leg shootout.
7th and final leg is Peter to throw
Now,
first.
it has to be
Game
said
on.
about this that Peter Jacques won the bullseye in the practice room. And it's very similar to what we saw from these guys earlier tonight, because when they played in match 6, Peter Jacques had the darts and he won 4-3.
60.
The other meeting went to a deciding leg. There's very little between the two. There's a little bit in the averages. 91.29 for Peter. 95.43 for Robert.
100.
Is Robert going to have his best average of the night and lose?
Yeah.
He seemed pretty sure about that.
Yeah. Looking that way, isn't it? Isn't that always the way in this
58.
sport?
Yep.
When you actually find you're near your A game, it's sometimes, if it's not meant to be, it's just not enough.
It could well be Chris Murphy interviewing a Yorkshireman on the stage. very soon.
81.
There again, that third dart letting him down.
Yeah, the backswing's not long enough, is it? Just punched out there.
It does help when you're 197 in front.
140.
But it's a little less than that now. It's only a 1 dart lead. One more mistake and Robert might sniff an opportunity. Needs a treble to take the pressure off.
60.
Robert, if he gets a 140, could well be back in this last leg decider.
Could get a 180. Oh, now he's got to think about it. 81 leaves 162. No finish.
106.
Well, that was very interesting. A very aggressive play. But a match start is incoming.
90.
And again, the bullseye's missed, but that's a lucky miss if he gets a look. 2 double tops. Oh, his favourite double does not come up trumps. He didn't get a match shot.
36.
Jacques, with that fortunate miss at the bullseye, now gets 3 darts. At double 18, double 9.
27.
And Jacques hands Robert Thornton a chance on tops. What is rule number 1? Do not leave Thornton on tops.
20.
And Thornton misses.
Wow, the pressure.
Peter, you require 9.
Occasion. This is big. It's for 5 grand and a chance to play for 20 grand. And Champions of Champions, double 4.
Game shot and
For
the
me,
match.
Paul, the
Peter
right
Jacques
man, gets the win. And Peter Jacques picks up the 5 grand. And he is player number 11 in Champions of Champions.
He is indeed. Peter Jacques wins week 11. He had to dodge some match starts for Thornton in the end. But let's see how he feels. He's down on the stage with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Peter, you've just managed to get through in the end. Now, let's start at the end, because it's been a fantastic run, but it all got very nervy and tense in that last leg there.
It certainly did, but we all know what's at stake, so you do tend to find the nerves a little bit where you come at the end, so it's finally got over the line, so I'm happy with that.
Most people watching will probably feel like you've deserved it. Do you feel like that yourself? You've won now your last 9 games on the spin here at the Super Series.
I feel I've been lucky because the guys who I've been with have been great guys, and I've just seemed to have hit the right thing at the right time, which has helped me a big time. There's been games I should have lost, and I've just managed to scrape some out and just grind it out, and so I'm happy about that.
You won't give yourself too much credit, will you?
No, no, because I know I can be a lot better than that, and same for all the guys that have been there. They know tonight we haven't played nowhere near the best any of us can, so it's frustrating in a way, but you've got to be happy, haven't you? So it's.
Yeah, what's it like when you leave Robert Thornton, who is just so well known for hitting double top, 3 darts at tops to win the match?
As soon as I missed it, I just thought, well, blown it. Because I know what Rob's like at double top. It's his favourite double. It's every time, doesn't it? So, fortunately, let me off. And then I just had to hold my nerve, hit that 1 and double 4, and get over that line.
You've achieved some good things in your career, a former finalist on the Pro Tour. Where does this win rank for you?
For me, at the moment in time, it's massive, because this could just give me that boost I need again. Because, like I said, I don't think I've been playing particularly great over the last 2 weeks, but this could be the catalyst that I need just to push me on again.
So maybe it's good timing, because there's only another week to play before Champions Week here.
Definitely, yeah. Unbelievable timing. So it's great, yeah.
Well, he'll certainly be a man to watch. It's been another excellent week here at the Super Series. Robert Thornton and Martin Adams denied by this man, Peter Jacques, who is the 11th player to make it through to Champions Week. We've got one more week of action featuring Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. We might well get the clash of the commentators at the Super Series next week. It all gets underway from 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff TV on Monday morning. But this week, it's joy for Jacques. It's all about this man, the Terrier, Peter Jacques.
Can I just say a big shout out to my friend who unfortunately lost his wife on Sunday. So Beef, it's for you and Ali. Love you. So
you've done it. Well done, Peter.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power Unibet and William Hill.